Good evening, Mr. Vice Chair and committee members. Welcome to this evening's meeting. Now that Councillor Doherty is here, I confirm we do have quorum for this evening's meeting. And all committee members are present with the exception of Councillor Stroud and Councillor Holland, who did send their regrets for tonight. So Mr. Vice Chair, I'm just going to run through the list of panelists who are with us this evening. So we have Peter Hugenboss, Commissioner, Business, Environment and Projects, Paul McClatchy, Environment Director, Brandon Forrest, Director, Business, Real Estate and Environment, Brody Richmond, Manager, Environment Ops and Programs, Mark Van Buren, Deputy Commissioner, Major Projects, Dan Franco, Projects Engineer, Neil Unsworth, Manager, Parks and Shoreline, Matt McCombs, Project Engineer, Shoreline. Ian Sullivan is our host this evening, and the federal representatives joining us this evening are Lisa McDonald, Regional Senior Environmental Advisor, Transport Canada, Vera Haslett, Regional Director, Programs, Ontario Region, Transport Canada, Valerie Manelga, Manager, Environmental Services, Parks Canada, David Britton, Director, Ontario Waterways, Parks Canada, Dave Lawrence, Senior Project Manager, Public Services and Procurement Canada, Michael Choi, Project Manager, Public Services and Procurement Canada, Gary Lawrence, Associate Senior Environmental Scientist, Golder Associates Limited, Sean Seguin, and Senior Environmental Scientist, Golder Associates Limited. We also have visiting counselors with us this evening. Councillor Chappelle, I think, may be in attendance, as well as Councillor Hutchison and the Chair of Keefe, David Stocks, as well as myself, Julie McCarty-Jansman, Committee Clerk. And we have currently with us 29 members of the public in the gallery this evening. So Mr. Vice Chair, with that, I'll turn it over to you to start the meeting.
Thank you very much. I will just mention that just prior to the briefing from the federal participants tonight, our engineer, Paul McClatchy, will have an opportunity to do a very brief background, and then we'll go into the opportunity for our visiting specialists to speak to us. Tonight, there is no action item. I just want to remind people that this is an information report only, and any action will follow at probably council level. So with that, we'll begin tonight's meeting, and I'll call the meeting to order. And if I can have a mover and a seconder for the approval of the agenda, Councillor Osanek and Councillor Doherty. All those in favor? I see the clerk's hand up. She always has the right to correct me when I miss something. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, Mr. Vice Chair, just to ensure that that includes the addendum that was sent out this afternoon with the correspondence that was received.
It does indeed, and that's a weekly problem. I always forget to mention that at meetings. Yes, that did indeed include the addendum. So there is no confirmation of minutes before us. Disclosure of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, we do the delegation of. We'll hear from Mr. McClatchy at this time, and then we'll enter into the full briefing. At the end of that, we will give committee members and visiting counselors an opportunity to ask questions. And after that, the public will have an opportunity to ask questions. So Mr. McClatchy, I think you're up first.
Okay, yeah, there I am. Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. So we thought it would be helpful for some to provide a little bit of information up front to set the scene, so to speak, so that followers of this evening's meeting can understand why representatives of the federal government are here to present information about their proposed sediment management plan and project for the Inner Harbor. So many people know that the sediments in the Kingston Inner Harbor have been contaminated due to a legacy of industrial transportation and waste management activity along the western shores, and many have followed the work of the Royal Military College and Keefe in helping improve our understanding of the environmental conditions of the harbor so that a responsible and science-based management strategy could one day be formulated. So the federal government has determined that the contaminated sediments of the Inner Harbor are a priority area for action, and they've asked the city to consider participating in their project so that as much of the severely contaminated riverbed as possible could be addressed within that single project. At the April 6th meeting of council, City Council heard that particular request to explore the municipal participation in the project, but they also heard a considerable amount of concern about the project from the community. So on April 6th, Council actually deferred a decision on participating in the federal project until additional project information could be received at this public meeting tonight, and where committee members and the public could have an opportunity to share concerns and questions with representatives of the proposed federal project. So apologies for this delay, but I hope that provides some value as context to those that are following along this meeting tonight. So back to you, Mr. Chair and Madam Clerk.
Thank you very much. I will now ask Vera Haslett, Regional Director, Transport Canada, David Britton, Director of Ontario Waterways, Parks Canada, and Gary Lawrence and Sean Sigan, Golder Associates, to speak with a PowerPoint to the committee with respect to the Kingston Inner Harbor. And I just want to mention that the PowerPoint will be made publicly available at the end of this meeting if you send a request through the clerk. So the floor is yours.
Great, thank you, and good evening, everyone. Thank you for inviting Transport Canada and Parks Canada to this special committee meeting to share details regarding the federal Kingston Inner Harbor Conceptual Sediment Management Plan. My name is Vera Haslett, and I am the Regional Director of Programs, Transport Canada Ontario Region. I am joined by David Britton, Director of Ontario Waterways for Parks Canada, as well as our TC and PC project leads, technical experts from Public Services and Procurement Canada, and our consultants from Golder. I would like to give a few high-level introductory remarks before we jump into the presentation slides. Over the past decade, contamination in the sediment of the Kingston Inner Harbor has been the subject of many studies by TC and PC. We have been following the step-by-step federal process of gathering information and completing assessments to determine an appropriate management strategy for addressing this contamination. A conceptual sediment management plan, which integrates information that has been collected to date, has been recommended by our experts at Golder. Recognizing that the contamination spans federal and municipal property, a harbor-wide plan has been recommended. With a conceptual plan developed and ready for discussion, we first engaged with the city as well as Indigenous groups. Early engagement with Indigenous communities is of paramount importance for us to have an understanding of the potential impacts of this project on Aboriginal rights and traditional uses. We also engaged with the city at an early stage prior to other stakeholders. Out of respect for the city, we felt it was important to inquire about their interest in partnering on this project before we presented plans with recommendations for city property to a broader audience. Transport Canada and Parks Canada met with city staff in 2019 to provide an early update regarding our work in the harbor and to open discussions about a potential partnership. In 2020, we followed up with a specific request to the city to consider partnering with us on this plan. TC and PC have agreed to partner on the project to ensure work on federal adjacent property would be coordinated in an efficient and fiscally responsible manner. We are inviting the city to partner with us for these same reasons. We understand that our project team was invited to this meeting in response to our partnership request. We also understand that the city is interested in hearing more about the project before deciding if they want to explore potential partnership options. At this point, we have a lot of flexibility in terms of partnership options and opportunities. For example, we understand that the city has waterfront improvements planned, and we would be pleased to work with the city to try and coordinate these improvements with the sediment management project. The plan is conceptual at this point. We are still in the early stages of planning. While we have collected a significant amount of information to get us to this point, we still have a long way to go before the project is implemented. Through engagement, conceptual plan refinements, impact assessment, and detailed design, more details regarding the project methods, potential impacts, and mitigation measures will be established. These details will continue to be shared with the city, Indigenous communities, and stakeholders as they become available. We are happy to share the details we have at this time, but I want to stress again, we are early in the process. More details are to come, and there will be opportunities for the city and other stakeholders to ask questions as the planning progresses. We recently reached out to other key stakeholders, such as regulators, adjacent landowners, and leaseholders, businesses that operate in the harbor, and community groups with a specific interest in the harbor to seek their initial feedback on the conceptual project. Regardless of whether or not the city is interested in partnering, we will continue to consult the city as part of our stakeholder engagement process. With that, I will pass it over to David to provide some additional introductions, and then over to Golder to deliver the presentation on our conceptual plan. David?
Thanks, Vera. Could I get you to flip to the next slide, please? Perfect, thank you. So just in terms of introducing the presentation that we're going to give tonight and the purpose and objectives, I think firstly and foremost, it's to share information with the City of Kingston about what our conceptual plans for managing the contaminated sediment in the inner harbor is, as well as talking a little bit about the process that we're following and what the sort of next steps in the process are that will also offer other opportunities for input and discussion on the project. Obviously, an opportunity for questions from the City of Kingston about the conceptual plan and its supporting scientific studies, and opportunity for the public to ask questions. And the hope is that, of course, that lays the groundwork for future conversations with the city regarding their interest in partnering on the project. Just before I go on, I can't turn my camera on, and maybe people don't want to see me, but just in the event that you prefer to see me when I'm speaking. So if I could ask you just to go to the next slide. So just to talk a little bit about the governance and the project team that's involved in this project. So Transport Canada and Parks Canada are the two lead departments. We are the custodians of the contaminated water lots in Kingston Inner Harbor, and a little bit further on in the presentation, we'll show you some maps that show where those lots are. A third department working with us is Public Services and Procurement Canada, and that is really providing us with technical support in terms of both project management and contracting. And then in terms of the consultants that have been contracted to work with us, Golder has been very much instrumental in developing the conceptual plan, as well as our stakeholder engagement planning, and we've got a couple of representatives from Golder here tonight. In addition, related to the background biological surveys, ecological inventory, and future impact assessment that we'll be working on, that is SNC Lavalin that's the consultant on that. And eventually down the road, following some of the work that we'll be talking about tonight, we would get to design of a project, at which time we'd be contracting a separate consultant to take care of that. Could I get the next slide, please? So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to our colleagues from Golder to take us through the rest of the presentation. It really focuses on some of the history and the background research that's been done and some of the technical analysis underlying the sediment management plan. So I'll throw it over to Gary and Sean to introduce themselves.
All right, this is Gary. I'll go first. Hopefully you can see both video and hear my voice okay. I may turn the video off in the middle of the presentation just to preserve bandwidth. I'm an ecological risk assessor. I've worked in this field for a quarter century. I had the privilege of working with Dr. Peter Chapman, who helped develop the process by which contaminated sediments are assessed in Ontario and federally across Canada. My expertise is in sediment quality assessment, and I've been involved in this project since around 2010. So we're into my second decade on the project. And I thank everybody for devoting their time and attention to this and for keeping an open mind as we present the scientific and process information. And I'll turn it over to Sean to introduce himself.
Sure. My name is Sean Saint. I have been working with Gary on this project for well over a decade as well. I've got experience in ecological risk assessments, environmental effects monitoring. Been doing a lot of work recently on federal dredging projects as well. I've had the privilege to go to the site over the decade and collect samples and actually see the site and smell the mud and enjoy the sights. So that's what I bring to this.
Thanks, Sean. So if you just go to the next slide. Okay, just to quickly cover the topics. The overall presentation, it's about 20 slides, more to go. So for those that are watching the clock and need to make plans, roughly 2 minutes a slide, so around 40 minutes from here. And then obviously multiple rounds of questions, and I'm thrilled to answer questions. The front part of the presentation is designed to provide an overall background. The idea here is to present a concise executive summary of what we've learned. Obviously, for a project that's been active for more than a decade now, it's hard to distill that down to a short slide deck, but we'll do our best and then use the questions as an opportunity to follow up with the next level. So after providing a bit of history behind the site and how we got here, we're going to go through some of the science, some of the key studies that led to the development of recommendations for management, the risk assessment being one of the key deliverables in that path. The middle part of the presentation is really around the actions that have been recommended. As already noted, we are early on in the management planning process, but we are far enough along that we can at least talk about the concepts and some of the specific tools and approaches that are being recommended. The details will follow in the detailed design and further stages of the project. And then towards the end, we're going to talk about the status and next steps, where we go from here, what are the missing pieces, how do those gaps get filled, how do we progress towards making more concrete decisions. Next slide. Okay, so just a bit of a background on the federal contaminated sites process. Both Transport Canada and Parks Canada, as federal custodians, have a duty to protect the environment for both human and ecological risks, and to evaluate the liabilities associated with managing those risks over time. And there are processes already available to standardize that assessment. So the aquatic sites contamination or classification system is one way of keeping an inventory of all the sites that they have in their portfolio, ranking them in terms of order of importance, and then progressing through. In some cases, sites get closed, and in other cases, they advance to remediation and confirmation stages. Under the current evaluation, under the FICSAT program, the Kingston Inner Harbor site has been classified as Class 1. which is the highest priority for action. That doesn't mean that physical intervention is required in all areas. What it means is that it is a higher ranking, higher priority site relative to other sites in the portfolio. The purpose of the risk assessment and the remedial options analysis and decision making is to confirm what, where, and how different sediment management approaches get applied to different parts of the water lot. And right off the bat, I'll say that this is a fairly large, complex site. So making a decision in one corner of the water lot does not obligate you to make the same decision in all areas. It is possible to develop a quilt of different management responses that are customized to the site-specific conditions in different parts of the water lot. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with the broad background. There's a historical air photo on the left showing, I guess, first of all, probably strikes you how much the character of the shoreline has changed over time, and also highlighting some of the historical sources, of which there are many, and we're not going to talk about all of them tonight, obviously, but a few of the main ones that have driven the overall footprint or signature of chemical contamination in the bay are things like the Davis Tannery, the former Frontenac lead smelter, both of those being present on the current brownfield portion of the site, but other sources as well, the former municipal landfill on the approach to Bell Island, and towards the southern end of the site, industrial contamination, including things like transportation, railway sources, coal, and historical release of organic contaminants from things like the coal gasification plant. So a pretty complicated history, and even within those sources that I've mentioned, there's multiple different contaminant sources. So it's complicated and large. Next slide. So this is just a map of the overall study domain. I will acknowledge that the Kingston Inner Harbor study domain does extend actually farther north than is shown on this map. It does extend all the way up to the 401 corridor. For the purpose of today's discussion, we're going to focus on the southern area south of Bell Island. Parks Canada owns the property north of Bell Island, and they also own a portion of the property immediately south of the former municipal landfill. And so that's shown in the green area enclosed saying Parks Canada water lot. Almost all, but not all, of the remaining area to the south down to the South Causeway is owned by Transport Canada. So that's the largest portion of the water lot, about 90%. And then there's pieces of the corners and along the shorelines that are owned by other parties. Some of them are municipal. City of Kingston owns blocks of sediment along the western shoreline, D&D on the other side of the harbor in the southeast, and there are some narrow strips along the northwestern portion of this study area that are owned by other parties as well. Just to help ground you in the scale of what we're going to be discussing today, as we've assessed this project, we've moved from the broad to the specific, and the portions that are shown in sort of that unshaded blue on the right-hand side of the project, those are areas that were assessed, but that were identified early on in the screening to be much lower level of contaminant hazard and risk relative to other areas. And from that, we were fairly quick in being able to focus the effort in the western end, the shaded portions of the map showed here. And then further on into the presentation, we're going to get into the rationale for why effort has been recommended for intervention in the purple area, the sediment management area, as it is defined on this map, which is a subset of the areas of chemical contamination of greatest interest, but as you can see from this graph, it's actually a minority of that overall area. Next slide, please. Okay, so moving into the framework under which we have conducted our work, there is a sediment management framework. There are actually two frameworks. They're similar. They're listed in the middle bullets in this slide. The Canada-Ontario Decision-Making Framework for Assessment of Great Lakes Contaminated Sediment. We call that the framework, to be concise. It's a bit of a mouthful. And there's also a related framework for managing and assessing aquatic contaminated sites under FICSAT. For this audience, it's, I think, safe to say that these are very closely aligned frameworks. They're developed specifically to address scenarios like this, where you have contaminated sediment, and focused on making responsible, science-informed decisions on the disposition of those sediments, ranging from do nothing or monitored natural recovery, all the way through to active intervention, such as dredging. Another piece of guidance that has driven the process is the guidance for managing aquatic contaminated sites in working harbors. That is supplemental guidance to acknowledge that working harbors, areas that have marinas, infrastructure, ongoing industrial activity, those have a slightly different process than harbor management in pristine, remote areas. A lot of science has underpinned this study. As noted in the first bullet on the slide, it's not just work done by Golder. The Royal Military College Environmental Sciences Group did a lot of work about 10 years ago and a little bit prior on characterizing the sediment quality and the biological condition of the sediments. Also, in addition to what I would call sediment risk assessment, a lot of work has been done in the investigation of sediment transport and stability by Golder and SNC-Lavalin and other parties. And also other research has been conducted in the area over a couple of decades, including work by Environment Canada and others, to assess sort of local conditions, sometimes a single contaminant like mercury or PCBs, and in other cases, targeted studies in one portion of the water lot. And to do a meaningful evaluation of risk for the harbor, we had to pull together all of those studies. There's a lot of background. It makes for a long report, but it's important because fundamentally, at the end of the day, the decisions require consideration of multiple lines of evidence. It's not a case where one specific study or one specific endpoint is the driver. It's more the totality and the ecosystem level aggregation of all the studies that have been done. So the framework is outlined at the bottom in that sort of flowchart type concept, and it's deliberately made into a decision tree. Currently, we are in box 7 and thinking ahead to boxes 8, 9, and 10. But we didn't get there in one step or overnight. It came through literally a decade of sequentially stepping through the evaluation of science-based information, starting with the delineation of sediment chemistry and progressively adding more and more information. There are some prerequisites or sort of fundamental principles that go along with the application of this framework. One is that we determine the cause of contamination, make sure that we understand what the sources are and what the causes of impairment, if any, are. Control those ongoing sources to a reasonable degree before applying a physical intervention or final decision-making framework. And also to ensure that the cure is not worse than the disease, that the actions do not cause more damage than they remedy. And to evaluate that, it sounds easy, but it's a little tricky because you have to trade off the short-term effects to habitats against the longer-term effects. And you also have to balance the risks and trade-offs that occur to multiple kinds of organisms, including humans, wildlife, fish, invertebrates. It's a tricky balancing act, but we'll, in this presentation, try to convey how that balance was struck. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is just a sneak peek of the information contained in some pretty detailed scientific documents. I'm just going to step through some of the exposure data here for 3 of the key constituent types. I mean, this is a simplification, but these are the 3 constituent types that are currently driving most of the management decisions for the Inner Harbor. So I'll start on the left with PAHs. These are hydrocarbon-related contaminants. And I'll first introduce what these heat maps mean. I call them heat maps because they show higher concentrations in the warmer colors, the oranges and reds, and concentrations that are closer to background or that are below guidelines in the cool colors like the blues and greens. And you can see from the heat map that the concentrations of PAHs are variable, and they are highest in some of the shoreline areas, south of the former municipal landfill and along the shoreline in a few areas. And those PAHs come from multiple sources. I'm not going to get into the details right now about all of those locations, but safe enough for now to say that multiple sources have contributed to those PAHs over time, and they're well above standard screening guidelines in several of our sections of the water lot. Moving over to PCBs, these are high molecular weight chlorinated hydrocarbons. And again, these are variable in their concentration across the water lots. In some areas, they overlap a lot with where the pHs are highest, but there are some areas like the central area of the harbor where they don't match with pHs. So different sources, different signature of exposure. And again, in our worst case locations, we have chemical concentrations that are well above screening guidelines. And then finally, for chromium, some of you might be alarmed to see all the red. Red is a color that causes alarm. A caveat to the chromium assessment is that the guidelines that were used to develop these distributions were based on a conservative assumption that the chromium is both highly bioavailable and using information for a type of chromium that is not present in a high proportion within the total chromium in the sediment bed. So this map tends to overstate a little bit what the level of hazard is associated with chromium. That said, chromium does still influence the risk decision-making for the project. So those areas in the north portion that are sort of that brownish rusty color, those are concentrations of chromium that were identified to be at levels of ecological concern. The areas in the yellow, orange, and medium orange, not so much. So we did a lot of studies, not just Golder, but other parties as well. The good news is that outside of these areas that are zoomed in on this graph, sediment quality is relatively good. It's not pristine. This is an urban harbor, but the sediment quality on the eastern side of the harbor and to the north, not shown on these maps, but to the north of Bell Island, is relatively good. And the health indicators from the stations that are in the eastern and northern areas of KIH are encouraging. The western side of the Inner Harbor is a little different, where we did establish evidence of impairment in a number of lines of evidence. So the maps that you see here, those are showing the chemical concentrations, and that's what we call a measure of exposure. That on its own is not enough to warrant progressing to an active remediation scenario. But when you combine the elevated sediment chemistry with effects measures, then it starts to add up, and it's like a preponderance of evidence. You accumulate evidence in favor or against an intervention option. And the kinds of evidence that are included are shown in the the circles on the bottom, the alteration of the benthic communities that has been documented in several areas of the harbor that correlates with concentrations of some of our constituents of interest. Also, sediment toxicity testing. This is where you take sediments from the harbor, you take them to a laboratory and you test them with test organisms that are used as an indication of ecological harm. Those tests have indicated that the areas with highest sediment chemistry have a higher incidence of adverse effects. And there's other endpoints as well. I don't have time to go into detail on all of them, but we've got tissue residues in organisms. We've got some specialized tests called toxicity identification evaluations and other lines of evidence that are added into the mix as well. And when you put all that information together, it helps to inform whether you have no problem, a small problem, or a larger problem, and those are carried forward into the decision-making and management action. Next slide, please. Okay, the general process, this is a very simplistic summary of what risk assessment is, but for those that aren't familiar with the concept of what environmental risk assessment is, it's a scientific approach used to evaluate the likelihood, which is like the probability, and the severity or magnitude of potential adverse health effects. And we apply a similar process for all different kinds of organisms, fish, humans, birds, mammals. They all fundamentally follow the same structure and have three requirements in order for significant risk or unacceptable risk to occur. As shown in the Venn diagram, you have to have presence of chemicals at a level that is sufficient to cause a hazard. So that's the green circle. But that's not enough on its own. You also have to have those chemicals co-occurring with what we call receptors, which is a fancy word for saying organisms and types of organisms that we care about. Sometimes it's humans. We might say a recreational adult a fisher or a wader is an example of a receptor. In the ecological sphere, it could be fish, or it could be amphibians and reptiles. And then finally, the third requirement is that you have to have an interaction between those two things. There has to be a pathway by which those chemicals can contact and assert an impact onto the receptor. If all of those three conditions apply and the evidence is sufficiently strong, you may identify a risk that is elevated, and once it's elevated to a certain degree, it becomes unacceptable and requires management intervention. Next slide, please. Okay, so the real challenge in applying risk assessments is not so much the process, it's in the interpretation of the evidence. And in order to do it for this site, we've identified categories reflecting a gradient of different potential risk. And there's 5 categories shown here. If we don't have a convergence of those 3 factors that I mentioned in the previous slide, then really risk is not applicable. If you do have interaction of all 3 of those components, then the risk is really a sliding scale. It's not a single risk is definitively acceptable or definitively not acceptable. It's more of a spectrum of responses. And using the color palette again here, if the risk is negligible, doesn't mean zero. Negligible does not mean zero. It just means so low as to be determined to be safe with a high level of confidence. And that's what those sediment screening guidelines are generally designed to do. If you're below the guidelines, there's really no need to do any further investigation. The next level of risk is where you're above the guidelines by a certain degree, but your evidence indicates that those concentrations can be tolerated by most, if not all, receptors. So if you do effects investigation and you find out that the sediments are not toxic or that the communities are not altered, you can arrive at a low risk conclusion, which is accepted to be a suitable basis for no further intervention required. So those are the levels at the top that we use to not require physical intervention. When you move into the moderate risk and high risk categories, those are the opposite. Those are conditions that are showing sufficient evidence and sufficient alteration or impact to communities that intervention is required. Obviously, high is greater than moderate. And as a spoiler, a lot of the evidence for the Kingston Inner Harbor indicates that we are in this moderate risk category, which means not an emergency, not a calamity, not an oil spill, not something that requires that we go out next week and do an emergency dredging program, but risk that is at a level that requires prudent, stepwise, informed decision-making. And as we step through the management plan, I think that phased sequential approach, the process that we followed using the sediment management framework, that should be apparent. There's a couple specific endpoints that showed higher risk, but on balance, we don't have any management areas or sub-units of our site that go all the way up to the high risk category. It's really moderate or in some cases lower. Next slide. Okay, so this is the slide that conveys the best that we could do, a lot of complex information down to a digestible format. So let me explain what these symbols mean. First of all, each panel you'll see has 6 different icons with color coding. And so let me just walk you through that. The color palette should start to be familiar to you now. So remember what I said about moderate risk being sort of the worst level of contamination that we have. And that's reflected in the panels that are shaded yellow. And where it's green or gray, those are levels that suggest that we do not need to do physical intervention. The reason why there are 6 boxes shown rather than just 1 box is that there's different kinds of things that we're trying to protect in the harbor. The 2 on the top, the footprint and the plate of fish, are conveying human health endpoints. And this means things that affect human wellness, the propensity to have disease, cancer, any long-term negative effect from long-term exposure to contaminants is reflected in those top 2 categories. The dermal contact, that's more a reference to physical contact, something like wading, swimming, recreational use, things like that. Whereas the fish ingestion is, as is implied, more about consuming aquatic life from the harbor, fish predominantly. The bottom 4 boxes are for what we call the ecological receptors. And it should be fairly evident from the icons what we're talking about, what we call wildlife. That can be aquatic mammals or aquatic birds. And then the ones in the bottom at the base of the food chain are benthic invertebrates and fish that are exposed to the contaminated sediments. And we provided a separate summary for each of those 6 broad receptor types so that we can balance the information for all of them. And it's not always the same answer. You'll see that there's a little bit of a difference. In some cases, you've got almost all the pathways indicating moderate risk, whereas in other cases like TC3B in the sort of south central part, it's only 1 of the 6. And that's important information for a management perspective that helps to prioritize the urgency of response and the type of response that's required. The other thing I'll point out is that we have separate determinations for these black highlighted or bordered areas. We call these management units. Those are not legal lots. Instead, they are subdivisions of the site based on similar character of the conditions within those units. So it reflects things like, do the contaminant mixtures overlap? Are they distinct? What is the relationship to adjacent land-based sources? And so the sediments that are sort of more alike than different are assigned within a single management unit, and they're given codes just for shorthand. PC meaning Parks Canada, TC meaning Transport Canada. And that helps us move towards making a decision that is more nuanced than just saying dredge or don't dredge, or intervene or don't intervene. And that should be another common message, I think, in our discussions, is that it's not a polar decision. There's flexibility in the approach, both at the harbor scale and within individual management units. And because we're early in the management process, we still have the opportunity to customize the tools and methods and techniques to reach our long-term goal of an acceptable risk condition. Next slide. Okay, so you've seen the color coding of the different kinds of risk. At the end of the day, we do need to make decisions in specific units of sediment about what to do. So the next level that we progressed to was rank ordering the management units in terms of their overall priority. So I've switched here to the sort of pink and purple color palette. And the purpose here is to convey what is the overall level of priority for risk management and the likelihood for intervention. The water lots that had, all low risk or mostly low risk on aggregate have a fairly low requirement for intervention or physical management. So those are the light gray and in some areas white areas. So there's no white areas shown on this graph, but negligible risk would be like what we observe upstream of Bell Island in the reference area. As you move into the pink and especially the purple, that's where the urgency for intervention increases. And like I indicated early on, the general rule that we use following the framework is that moderate level risks are assigned a higher level of intervention relative to low. And so these purple areas that are labeled as high, that is because we have multiple receptor types that have moderate risk. And when you combine them all together, they add up to a high level of concern and increase the priority for active intervention. These are not final absolute determinations. This is just a way of indicating how we step through the data and start advancing towards decision making at a more local scale. And the purpose of the consultation stage is to get feedback on some of these assignments of overall risk classification and to open up a dialogue for potential improvements that we could make in terms of our plan. Again, I want to make a reminder that the large area of gray or light pink shaded sediment here is an indication that we've acknowledged that there are substantial areas of the inner harbor that, in spite of elevated sediment contamination, do not rise to the level that warrant engineering, dredging, or other active intrusive type approaches. Next slide. Okay, so what do we do with those areas that are potentially areas for active intervention? And the answer is that it's a combination of factors, and that's where the project steers a little bit away from the risk assessment, straightforward science and interpretation, and it starts to bleed a little bit into other considerations for environmental management. So risk reduction, that's the more scientific piece of the puzzle, and the environmental aspect is about acknowledging the habitat values, making sure that we proceed responsibly and judiciously where removals are contemplated. But there's also social and economic and logistical factors that come into play, including indigenous rights and interests, presence of utilities and infrastructures and things that make it complicated or impossible to remove sediment, presence of sensitive habitats where you have to make a difficult trade-off between chemical risk reduction and short-term to medium-term disruption of habitats, archaeological interests like historical vessel skeletons, effects on recreation, aesthetics. So you can imagine it gets complicated quite quickly. So those are the kinds of things where stakeholder consultation is important, and the final decisions will incorporate a combination of both the sort of scientific factual assessment along with some of these other more qualitative type interests. And then fundamentally, at the end of the day, there's the fiduciary and legal responsibility of the site custodians to manage their site, and also for adjacent landowners like the city of Kingston to have a say in the areas where properties are intersecting or abutting right at the water lot margin. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so I'd mentioned earlier on that one of the key principles governing the management plan is to confirm that effective source control measures are in place, and to also assess whether or not a program of remediation will be compromised by ongoing sources. And so we don't have a ton of time to go through all the details, but I can say that we have done a review of the entire western shoreline in both the Parks Canada and Transport Canada water lots. We've focused on the historical or legacy sources that are the primary objective of the Federal Contaminated Sites Program to manage. I feel confident that improvements have been made over the decades. Paul McClatchy can speak to them in a lot more detail than I can, but a number of the historical sources that I mentioned early on have been either removed, controlled, or mitigated through management. Everything from reactive barriers to placement of leachate capture systems, improvement of the trunk system for municipal wastewater. There's been a lot of improvements over the decades, and the legacy sources of hydrocarbons are no longer present. Yes, there would be more limited ongoing sources from things like street runoff and storm sewers, but the data that we've reviewed has not indicated that we have a high or severe recontamination issue. It's mostly an issue of returning the sediment quality to something closer to the low risk condition that we've identified in other areas of Kingston Inner Harbor. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. If you have questions later on, Paul or myself can go into more detail about the improvements in source control from both the city perspective and other landowners over time. Next slide. Okay, so once we identified that there was at least a subset of the management areas that required active intervention, the next question becomes, if you're going to manage how, using what kinds of tools? And so this graphic shows an example of some of the management options that were considered, not all of them because it wouldn't fit nicely on a slide, but some of the main options, starting with the most conventional methods on the left. Dredging, obviously, physical removal of sediments that contain unacceptable concentrations of constituent is a very common technique used to reduce chemical risks, but it's not the only method. Capping methods are a way of reducing exposure. That can occur in a number of ways, but one of the main ways is through physical isolation of the underlying material. It also provides some dilution of contaminants that are mixed in the sediment over time. That's a common technique, but over time, the direction of the science of contaminated sediment management has moved towards some more elegant and lower intrusive methods, more the thin layer and activated carbon methods. Think of this as a thinner but more engineered, fancier cover that includes materials specifically designed to limit or prevent the uptake of contaminants into the food web. So it's less about removal and it's more about controlling what we call bioavailability, which is the ability of the chemicals to move from the sediment into the living organisms and the food chain. In shoreline areas, there's also potential for engineered design. The photo that's showed here is a fairly coarse, crude substrate, not a very natural looking environment, but that's an extreme scenario. There's much less engineered, sort of more nuanced, habitat friendly designs for shoreline measures. And these types of measures are used to provide isolation of contaminants so that they don't come into contact receptors. And when designed properly, they also help to prevent erosion of bank materials and also can provide other benefits for the shoreline development. And then finally, on the right-hand side, we have methods that are more passive. Monitored natural recovery is a fancy way of saying, let nature do its thing, slow but steady, gradual improvement over time. And we don't recommend this as a blanket solution to all of the harbor, but there are areas that I did point out earlier where monitored natural recovery on balance is probably the best way to go. It's just not a one size fits all for the entire harbor. And the monitored portion of the natural recovery is about doing the scientific confirmations that in fact gradual cleanup is occurring on its own. It does take years, many years, decades for recovery to occur, but in some areas that's the most prudent option. And that's what we've included in our plan. So with that, let's go to the next slide. This now is a simplified representation of what Golder has recommended, taking into consideration everything that I've just talked about at a much higher level of detail, more quantitative, using a lines of evidence approach, following the framework and the decision rules that are in it, and also following those principles that I mentioned. And this balance between the disturbance of habitat versus chemical risk removal is obviously a challenging topic. But at the end of our evaluation, we concluded that a number of our water lots, as shown in gray here, are such that we're comfortable that no physical intervention is required in those areas. And that's why we said in the second bullet that natural recovery is a significant component of our overall design. The areas that are colored are the areas where we are recommending physical intervention. This is not the final word. And the specific types of remedial tools and processes within those colored areas are subject to further input and refinement. At the broad level, there are some areas where we've recommended a fairly traditional dredging and offsite transport as a tool. Those are the areas shown in the deep purple zones. And the areas that are sort of the more complex zones that are yellow and blue and more of a mix in the wetland area, those are areas where we're recommending that the more sophisticated tools that include engineered covers, thin layer caps, in some cases, a much more sort of meticulous, careful approach to sediment removals could be applied, especially as we are close to sensitive habitats. So all of the shoreline areas, and in particular areas near the wetland and in areas near Douglas Fleur Park, where we know there's turtle migrations and basking logs, in those areas, we acknowledge that there's going to need to be some very careful, refined planning to avoid disruption of sensitive habitats. So I think for now, I'm not going to go into the details of any specific management unit. This graphic does a job at the broad level, and I'll just underscore that the closer you get to sensitive areas, the more the potential for refinement will be. Things like the documentation of threatened and endangered species, overwintering areas for turtles and other organisms. Those are the kinds of things that result in local refinements to our broad study design. So we would not, for example, and we have not, proposed to place a engineered cover on top of the area where we know turtles migrate off-site near Douglas Fleur Park. So I'll leave it at that for now. I'm sure we can return to some other details in the question and answer period, but for now, let's move on to the next slide. Okay, so one specific area, just as an example, is the southern end of the water lot. So this is inclusive of the Douglas Fleur Park shoreline, Molly Brant Point, and then moving up into the Woolen Mill and the Martin Park area. I've touched on a couple of these areas already, and this is just to recognize that refinements will occur in these areas. The footprint, like that shaded area of cyan colored material, that could be reduced or increased depending on what the recent delineation results tell us. They also need to be nuanced carefully. I already mentioned the area near the green space south of Woolen Mill, where we realize that maintaining a natural or at least a quasi-natural environment with access points for turtle migrations is a high priority for the overall management of the site. Other areas are not as sensitive. So the area immediately adjacent to Woolen Mill and Emma Martin Park is less natural now. It has a partial riprap sort of engineered type bank already. It is less sensitive ecologically, and there are existing structures, docks, ramps. It's more of a hardened shoreline now relative to other parts of the water lot. And so the plan as we work towards detailed design is to start customizing the solutions to reflect the habitat, shoreline character, and other considerations in those specific areas. Again, not a one-size-fits-all concept. And flexibility has been maintained depending on stakeholder input and other considerations, ongoing dialogue with third parties to align with the master plan for shoreline development. All of those things will converge and ultimately a plan for management finalized, but we're not there yet. Next slide. Okay, so what are the risks? Because we've identified that it is better to leave a sizable portion of the sediment undredged and allowed to remediate slowly through natural processes, we have to acknowledge there will be residual contamination in the harbor. And so we need to acknowledge what the risks and trade-offs are for that. In terms of fish, we don't believe that those concentrations of contaminants will pose moderate or high risk to any level of fish, the bottom fish, the sport fish, the juveniles. There may still be low levels of lesions in areas that are not remediated, but we view that as being an acceptable trade-off relative to the disturbance of very high volumes of habitat. For wildlife, we believe that the implementation of the current conceptual plan will result in negligible risk for most wildlife, at most low risk for the wildlife species that are fairly localized, but nothing that we think would translate to sort of population level impairment to birds or mammals. And for humans, it's a combination of what we call administrative controls and sediment management. Because humans have the benefit of being aware of the risks and managing their activities to recognize those risks, we can do things like have fish consumption advisories, or we can enhance or discourage access to certain parts of the water lot. And we believe that if we implement this program as recommended, we can keep risks down into that negligible to low category, including both the fish consumption portion as well as the direct contact pathways. In terms of what this means for the management partners, it's complicated. We have multiple federal parties. We have the city, and we also have private water lot developers. We believe there's synergy there. So fortunately, unlike some projects, it's not a battle amongst all these parties. And in fact, if done well, there's an opportunity to improve the overall condition of the harbor. And I'm not just speaking in terms of the ecological health, I'm thinking in terms of other values of the harbor: recreation, aesthetics, maintenance, perhaps even enhancement of areas of habitat in the long term, education. There's all kinds of benefits to applying a thoughtful sediment remediation program. If those agreements don't come to fruition, there is still value in conducting remediation parcel by parcel, but it's better to do holistically, everybody on the same page, rather than piecemeal. And if different parties decide to take different levels of intervention or to proceed on different timeframes, there will still be benefit of removal, but it's just not as great as if all parties were working cooperatively on the same schedule. It is realistic to contemplate this project being done in phases. It's a large area. It doesn't have to be done all in 1 year. As I mentioned at the very beginning, there is no environmental catastrophe or emergency that requires that this be done in a rushed manner. It can be done responsibly and phased out over multiple years. And that phasing is actually beneficial for a number of reasons. It has logistical advantages, but it also helps to mitigate potential for habitat disruption. If you're focusing on one pocket of sediment, you're leaving adjacent habitat available for organisms to utilize as the project proceeds throughout the study domain. Okay, next slide. We've only got a few more to go. The current status, as mentioned at the preface to the presentation, we are currently in the preliminary planning stage, which means that we are welcoming and inviting consultation with a number of people, including Indigenous communities and stakeholders, many of which may actually be in the audience tonight. Currently, the federal custodians are seeking approvals and partnerships, both in terms of looking at what permits would be needed, what are the areas of synergy, what are the obstacles, what are the partnerships. We have been looking at what the regulatory requirements would be to apply our management approach. We are in the process of doing what's the early stages of detailed impact assessment. So although we have incorporated considerations of habitat and species presence and those things already in the conceptual design, more is needed. The detailed work documenting sensitive habitats, presence of listed species, dealing with provincially sensitive wetlands, those details are being started now in the detailed impact assessment process. The conceptual plans can still be revised. And today is one step in our robust assessment of engagement with stakeholders. Today is only one meeting amongst many. There will be other workshops and other opportunities for stakeholders to offer their advice, to learn, and to ask probing questions. And then on a business side, operational constraints, work windows, inconveniences, obstructions, schedules, those kinds of things will also be elaborated upon. So that's still to come. Next slide. The impact assessment, I've referred to it a couple of times. This is part of the formal process that the federal government uses to get acceptance and approval of large projects such as this, where there is engineering or significant sediment removals. And we can make changes to the design before we start finalizing tender documents for contractors. There's significant opportunities to nuance the design of the shoreline, to tweak the kinds of materials, the footprints, those kinds of things are still up for discussion and can be revised. The mitigation measures that will be required to minimize unintended consequences of the remediation project will also be considered in much more detail. So as part of projects like this, you develop comprehensive environmental management plans. Those include things like decision rules for how to operate, when you have to shut down, the types of environmental protection tools, silt curtains, monitoring methods, all of those things will be articulated in the environmental protection plans and environmental management plans. Those are not just for compliance with regulations, but they're also part of due diligence of effectively executing an environmental remediation project. And there's quite a significant precedent for the use of these kinds of tools in other dredging and remediation programs across Canada. And then finally, before proceeding to detailed design, we do need more information on some of the baseline components, both on the ecological side, characterization of the habitats, the sensitive receptors, listed species, those types of things, but also on the human side, documentation of archaeological items of importance and infrastructure type constraints to the program. So those things are underway, but they're preliminary. When we get more information, they will also be used to further refine the design of the remediation program. Next slide, please. Okay, so status of engagement. This is where I'm going to start to transition back to the federal government, but just my quick summary of where we're at now. As already indicated, we are in preliminary stages of engagement. The partnership opportunities are being explored. From a personal perspective, I feel like this project has significant opportunity for positive synergy among different stakeholders. The Indigenous consultation is just getting underway, but is a key part, a required component of the overall project. And we have had some early consultations with some of the key stakeholders. That's not to say that other stakeholders are less important. It's more that stakeholders like the city actually have a legal and financial duty to manage their lands and environmental liabilities. So the stakes are pretty high for those stakeholders. So we will have information sharing in multiple tiers, but ultimately everybody who wants to have a say will have a say. And that's what we call the general public engagement. And there's a plan, an engagement plan that's being put forward to provide an opportunity for all stakeholders, both organizational groups and private individuals, to have their say. Next slide. I think we're getting near the end. Okay, in terms of schedule, because this is still conceptual, these dates and details are all subject to change. But you can see that right now we're in the left-hand side where we're still in the conceptual design, preliminary management plan stages. With the input through all the discussions that I just outlined, we'll eventually progress towards detailed design. Contracting will take some time, and the actual physical work is still roughly 5 years away. Schedule could move up or back depending on how we want to sequence the work and what the feedback is on the conceptual design. I think everything else I've already covered, so I'm not going to repeat myself. We'll probably move to the next slide, which I think is a wrap up. Is that the last slide? Looks like it. Oh, looks like it's done. So here I will transition back, and I will allow the federal government to pick up. And if there are questions in the Q&A session, I'll be happy to field them then.
Thanks, Gary, for that presentation. I think that was a very thorough, and I think you covered off most of the key points well. So I think, in the interest of using our time here tonight to its best effect, I think we can turn it over to the councillors and eventually then the public for questions.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank the presenters. I'm the vice chair. The chair was unable to attend. I need to deputize somebody. I'm wondering if Councillor Osanek would be willing to be deputized as the vice chair. Thank you very much. Our usual process is we will now go to the committee members to ask questions. And then we'll go to visiting councillors and give them an opportunity as well. I just want to remind people, this for councillors shouldn't be an opportunity to have long positions stated. It should only be a time for questions of either the presenters or of Mr. McClatchy. The public have an opportunity, and this is really their meeting as a public meeting. They have an opportunity to ask questions and to make comments within their 5-minute allocated time. Okay, but this is primarily an opportunity for the public. So if we can keep that in mind, I did see Councillor Oosterhoff's waving at me, so I will recognize Councillor Oosterhoff first.
Thank you, Councillor Neal, and thanks for that fantastic presentation. It really, I have pages and pages of notes here, but I will respect the chair's suggestion to keep it simple questions. I'm sure there's lots, but you certainly answered a lot of questions for me. Will there be monitoring of the municipal water intake, and how do you do that for contamination? How is that done if it migrates that far?
Maybe I'll ask Gary if that's something that you can speak to, or it may be something that's fleshed out a little bit more as the project becomes more
Sure,
advanced and
that's
detailed
fine.
design. But
Okay.
Gary, from a technical perspective.
And Paul may actually have something to say on that, but whoever would like to speak, I see Paul's hand is up. The floor is yours.
Sorry, who is fielding that? Was that for Golder to address first?
Whoever wants to go first is fine. I did see Mr. McClatchy's hand up.
Yeah. Paul has an excellent understanding of source control measures. So like I think it's appropriate to defer to his summary of ongoing pathways to the harbor. So Paul, take it away.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And through you, Mr. Chair, I think if I understand the question right, you're concerned about the quality of municipal drinking water at the intake, and the intake would be our intakes are in Lake Ontario, a considerable distance away from this project. But nevertheless, I can't speak for the federal project in terms of the types of monitoring they're going to be doing. Obviously, I presume they're going to be doing monitoring close to the project, where you would expect to see impacts first, and if impacts were detected there, then monitoring could be done further away. But based on the distances to the municipal water intakes, I wouldn't expect any threat to them from this project.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I know that that's a primary concern as well for the city, obviously. Are there examples of success? We've heard that this is a large and complex area. Obviously, we all know it is large. Are there areas that we are completing now that are successfully being remediated?
Yeah, so we're certainly not proposing any sort of newer experimental techniques here. There are a number of large harbor cleanups that have been undertaken elsewhere in Canada, including Esquimalt. Again, maybe Gary, I might just ask you if there's any other sort of additional detail you want to provide on that.
Yeah.
You're muted.
Sorry.
No problem.
Sorry for that. Just give me a sec. My dialog boxes. Okay. So yeah, dredging is a standard and reliable method for moving contaminated sediment. It has to be done properly, but there is evidence of use of this method for cleanup at hundreds of aquatic contaminated sites throughout North America. Examples of recently completed cleanups include a similar scale of remediation in Esquimalt Harbor outside of Victoria, BC. There's other areas in the Pacific region where techniques very similar to what we proposed have been used. And then in the United States, dredging, capping, combinations of methods are very common. I'd say that they are developing over time, and there is increased interest in the lower intrusion options. Things like those activated cap type concepts are getting more attention in recent projects relative to the more standard conventional removals, but there's definitely many examples of successful implementation of dredging projects. And I'll turn it over to PSPC. They might want to refer to some of their portfolios where dredging has been used.
Sure, I'll jump in. It's Dave Lawrence with PSPC. Gary mentioned a couple of projects out in Esquimalt. We're currently here in Ontario just finishing up a project in Hamilton Harbor called Randall Reef. Very successfully completed the dredging there with minimal to no issues with turbidity or residuals or anything like that. And like Gary said, there's a lot of examples out there of successful projects.
That's great. Thank you very much for that. What is dredging? Is it vacuuming? What is that? Whether it actually is? What is dredging?
I can carry on. Gary can back me up as well. There's different kinds. Hydraulic dredging is vacuuming. It's a pump with usually a cutter head that stirs up the sediment at the lake bed before it gets sucked into the pump and pumped away. There's also standard mechanical dredging, which would be clamshells, backhoes, that type of thing, without the use of water to move the sediments around.
I see. Yep. How deep is the sediment? Are we talking a layer of like a foot or inches, or is that determined on site as you do the work? Toxic sediment.
I can field that one if you like. The characterization that has been done indicates that there's variation in the thickness of the soft sediment on top that is contaminated. I'll get Sean to provide his experience. He's actually been out at the site, was there for the coring study. So it varies. It's amazing. You almost hit it right on the head when you said about a foot, because in a lot of areas that's about what it is. In other areas it's thicker, and I would say a couple of meters. But Sean, why don't you just give a quick overview of what the plausible range of contaminated sediment thicknesses is that we will have across the entire site based on your observation of the coring?
Sure thing. So I think everyone has said the correct thing. It varies. For most areas, the contamination is less than a half meter. So you'd be considering a meter to a half meter dredge. There are some areas that have deeper contamination, particularly further south, that may require a bit more of a cut, maybe a meter and a half, depending on the design specifications. But right now we are in the process of refining our understanding and our volume estimates of what kind of cuts are required.
Thank you very much. I'll leave it to my colleagues. I have more, but I understand the situation tonight. I'll leave it for my colleagues to ask as well. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. The floor is now open for, yes, Councillor Doherty. The chair is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the presentation. I really appreciate it. You explained it well, and the visuals were very helpful as well. We have very engaged residents who know the land and the water in the area we're discussing tonight. And I wonder, when you talk about the engagement process, if you could expand on that a little bit. For example, like the Turtle Kingston group, I think it would be very beneficial if you would actually go for a walk with them and have a look at the land and the turtle nesting areas. We received some documents too from two groups, but one of them being from Turtle Kingston, with some really valid observations that they know so well because they've been so actively engaged and with the wildlife, particularly the turtles in that area. So I wonder, could you share a little bit more about what engagement actually means? And if they have some information, we received emails, can they send them to you? Are there some point of contacts, etc.?
Yeah, so in terms of the public engagement, I mean, I think broadly, we're still working at the details, but broadly, there's a couple of tools that we'll use. So we'll be setting up an information website that's sort of a central hub for the public engagement that'll have, background information and opportunities for people to leave comments and ask questions. We would also be setting up some public meetings, town hall, workshop type meetings. We're probably looking into early next year for that to be scheduled, and it remains to be seen, I think, whether we do that virtually or whether we'll have the ability to do it in face-to-face. I think in terms of some of those really passionate stakeholders, I think we already are in contact with a number of them. Certainly, Turtles Kingston has been in touch with us a number of times, and I know Valerie from our team has been speaking to Mary on a number of occasions. But we're certainly very open to that sort of like on-site learning from the people who know it best as we sort of gather information and gather public input.
Great, thanks. I look forward to seeing the plan, the engagement plan. The other question that I had is regarding the timeline. You showed the timeline, which means that we're still like the 2023 and 2024. It still includes detailed design, which I'm sure that also means that there's still room there to make some adjustments according to what you hear from the community and other studies, perhaps. But that timeline still seems quite specific, and I wonder with I'm thinking about the tannery development. You said there could be quite a bit of synergy there, but if their timeline is different than your timeline, how would that all work?
So I think that's something that we would work out as we go through the stakeholder engagement. We've had some preliminary contact with the developers at Davis Tannery. I think there's still a lot of opportunity for further discussions. I don't think we have that clear of an idea of what their timelines might be, and I think ours are going to be dictated a little bit by what we hear over the course of the next number of months as we do the public engagement, and then as we moved into the detailed design and get a better understanding of what would actually be physically required to implement the remediation. So I don't think I have a clear answer for you other than to acknowledge that that's something that we definitely have our eyes on, and that we'll continue to work with the that developer and the city of Kingston and any other interested parties that that the project is going to touch on their lands or their plans for development or other construction work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Yes, Councillor Sanik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, yes, several questions. One is about the timing 2025 to 2027. So does it look like, is that going to happen like all year round for that 2-year period? You know, are you looking more towards the winter for the dredging or the summer for the dredging, or is it going to be consistent throughout that 2-year time span? Or is that still to be worked out?
I think it's still to be determined, and that would be something that would evolve through the course of the detailed design. From an environmental perspective, there are certain limitations that we have on when we can do work that include making sure that, you know, we're not impacting fish habitat or turtle overwintering habitat at critical times in their life. And so part of the detailed design process is to kind of you know, fit all those blocks together to determine how to deliver the project, but also to do it within the appropriate periods to mitigate any of those environmental impacts. I'll maybe just throw it to Valerie on our team, whether there's anything you want to add in terms of what we know at a very preliminary stage about what implementation timing might look like.
Sure, thanks, David. If somebody could authorize my video start. So we do, like David said, certainly have some restrictions when it comes to in-water work periods, and councillors may be familiar with that with the Kingston third crossing project. So there are restrictions for in-water work with fish. So in this area, it's March 15th to July 1st. So there is certainly consideration about that fish window to protect fish spawning. And like David mentioned, turtle overwintering periods. So we wouldn't want to kind of target dredging or intervention where turtles might be overwintering, and kind of keep it to the periods where they're more active and can get out of the construction area. So those will definitely drive detailed design. There is certainly a pathway to do work all year round, but it requires potentially environmental offsetting, compensations, the things that were looked at with the third crossing project. I think what we're hoping to hear today, other than the environmental constraints, are there any other considerations from business schedules, city schedule? You know, what are those things and timelines that may dictate when we do work, so that we can define what that work window is throughout the year? I think that's a critical piece at this planning stage, to understand all of those factors.
Right. Thank you. So as far as business impact goes, yes, we have Meadowcraft Marine, and I know that they're here at this meeting tonight, so I'll let them speak to the timing, but they would definitely have timing considerations. Ms. Milga, are you with Transport Canada, Parks Canada? Which government are you with?
My apologies. I'm with Parks Canada. I report to David Britton for the Rideau Canal and the Trent Severn.
Okay, perfect. So a piece of correspondence on our agenda tonight is from Turtles Kingston, and which is a little bit, anyway, they have some very good points. Have you seen that piece of correspondence? And you will converse back and forth with Turtles Kingston, because I definitely share their concerns that they've put forward in the correspondence tonight.
We have indeed seen it, and they do have some very good points. A lot of them are specific to detailed design and the impact assessment, but we have already started to share through the third crossing and through correspondence on this project, sharing the data they've collected, and they've done a lot of good work with turtles over the years in the Inner Harbor. We will share the baseline inventories when they're complete of the additional overwintering work that's been done. And then I think, to support what David was saying, we are hoping to hold individual meetings with those groups as well, so that we can identify as early as possible where there's still data gaps for the impact assessment, and share examples of how we've designed for turtle habitat at some of on the Trent Severn and the Rideau Canal, and some of the other national parks that Parks Canada manages. There are certainly opportunities to protect and enhance turtle habitat, but we're hoping to do that in kind of a one-on-one discussion so they can feed into the process early.
Thank you. If this entire area was just a nature desert, I would have no issues with this entire project. I'd be go ahead and dredge it. But the fact that there is so much wildlife along this shoreline, I have big problems with this entire project. And with the letter that Turtles Kingston submitted, you might have seen, like they do say, if
Excuse
this really
me,
does
Councillor
have,
Sanik, if we could keep to questions.
right. So my question is, they do recommend like little pieces, like do this little piece here, then do this little piece there. So it's not so traumatizing for the turtles, you know, to go from one little section to another. Is that the intention with this project? So like little plots, dredging, like how, when we do the dredging, how big of a plot are we talking about? And because there's so much wildlife along the coastline of this area, can we do it in little plots instead of a big area?
So I think we're definitely open to considering options like that, and that really is the point of us going out to Turtles Kingston and all of the other stakeholder groups that I think are probably going to represent a breadth of views on this project. We want to make sure we really understand what that range of viewpoints are, and what what type of specific information that groups like Turtles Kingston can provide to make sure that we're refining the plan that we put in place and minimizing the environmental impacts to the maximum extent possible.
Thank you. I have a big concern about using those gigantic rocks along the shoreline, as you show in your report tonight, rock rebatements. FEMA doesn't even recognize that as a good way of doing a shoreline rehab anymore. It's been recommended that instead we use riparian plantings. So I just wondered, in that little chart you showed that has, the capping, the dredging, the thin layer activated carbon capping, engineered shoreline features, and monitored natural recovery. Where does riparian plantings fit in? Is that a natural recovery, or is that something we could look at instead of the rock as part of your engineered shoreline features?
Gary, could you speak to that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm glad actually that you pointed out that photo, because I had the same gut reaction when I saw that. And if I could go back and edit the presentation, I would take that photo out, because that diameter of material is not anything close to what we had in mind. So good on you for that. And I would say that in general, yes, there is potential to sculpt the features along the shoreline to provide an effective balance between the contaminant management, pathway control, and habitat features of the site. And it can be customized to different locations of the shoreline. So in areas that are already pretty artificial, you may want to retain sort of that boulder-sized material. But in areas that are adjacent to the brownfield area, and certainly into the wetland area, the types of shoreline details would be more natural and more along the lines of what you described as sort of the natural planting type thing. So that's why I'm glad you raised it, because it's a spectrum of shoreline features ranging from quasi-natural up to more engineered. And the closer we get to areas like wetlands and habitats that currently have high riparian value, the more likely it is that we would build in those more natural type features into the landscape.
Mm-hmm. For the sites that you mentioned, you've just done this dredging or like a similar rehabilitation in Hamilton or in Victoria Harbor. What did you use there? Did you use the rock for abatement, whatever it's called? Did you use the big rocks or did you use riparian plantings?
For this, I'll turn it over to Sean. He has more experience. So Sean, maybe can you talk about the Esquimalt Harbor in general, just talk about the shoreline tools, including some of the like compensatory habitat and the planting of macrophytes in that area?
Sure thing. Different habitats, different environments require different solutions. So for Esquimalt Harbor, it's a marine habitat. In marine habitats, those large rocky boulders are actually ideal habitats because they provide habitat for fish. They're locations for macrophytes to bind to and grow from. There's a lot of different solutions, but we also do riparian planting as well in terms of marshes and trying to find the balance of what's required for the site and what habitat features we want to retain and we want to expand upon. And sorry, macrophytes are like kelp and algae plants that grow in the water. Sorry. So it just depends on the location and the environment and what's required. I think what Gary's point earlier was that it does need to be engineered and adapted towards what you're trying to accomplish and what kind of habitats are there. We want to strike a balance between limiting exposure to these contaminants for people and allowing wildlife, for example, turtles, corridors to access their nesting sites in the water.
And thanks for that, Sean. If I can just add a addendum to that. The construction of an engineered shoreline doesn't mean that it's a concrete wall. And in fact, there are some opportunities, if you do it well, to actually enhance habitat value. If you use the right materials and design it properly, you can actually improve habitat. Just like in river systems, putting in the right type of material and the right spacing of boulders and other material, that can create improvement of fish habitat. The same thing can apply in an estuarine or lake type situation along the shoreline. We're too early in the process to get into the details of exactly what kinds of materials and how to sculpt the shoreline, but there are tools available to effectively combine the engineering, risk management, and habitat considerations.
Thank you. I'm not talking about the fish, but for the wildlife, right, the organisms, right, that are living along, like within the first little bit in the water along the shoreline, they're gonna die, right? Is that right? They're gonna die. It's gonna be the destruction of the ecosystem components along the shoreline when this dredging occurs. Is that fair to say?
I can take that one on if you like. No, it's not. So the things that will be removed or destroyed temporarily would be the invertebrates that live right in the sediment that can't move or escape. And that's a temporary effect. Quickly, invertebrates will recolonize new habitat. There's all kinds of studies showing how recolonization occurs. There will not be fish kills. There will not be death or destruction to mammals, aquatic feeding birds, amphibians, all of those higher trophic level animals. No, absolutely not. So those will be temporarily displaced into areas where the active works are occurring. They will not be killed. Their habitat will be disturbed temporarily. And the objective is to design the program that will enhance the rate at which the new environment reestablishes as good of a habitat or potentially even better over time. Invertebrates are just those little microorganisms that live and burrow into the sediment. They're like insect larvae and worms and mussels and things like that. So those would be affected immediately within the dredge zone, but not the fish and higher level organisms.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Lawrence, you also said not amphibians, like because why? Because we're going to sift through the sediments so that they're captured, or like, how does that work? I don't understand.
It would be displaced during the works. So this is getting a little bit into the details, but there's actually specific biological methods used to minimize the direct effect on animals like fish and invertebrates. Maybe I'll get Sean to just describe a little bit about those measures. So they get pushed away or walled off, excluded from the work area. They're not just left there to be excavated. That's why I use the word displaced rather than, removed or harmed. Sean, can you just give a quick overview of the kinds of methods used for like salvage and habitat mitigation programs, often accompanied dredge programs?
Yeah, again, it's a bit early yet, and this is where the detailed impact assessment comes in, where these organisms will be identified and mitigation measures will be identified and how to conduct this work without impacting or reducing the amount of impact to those organisms. But generally for these type of projects, we have things that are called soft starts, where the equipment will start up, they'll start moving slowly and give time for fish and invertebrate and other organisms to move out of the way before they get going. There will be recommendations on how quickly the dredging is conducted, so it's not blasting through an area and doesn't provide time for organisms to move. There's a bunch of different mitigation measures that can be applied to these type of projects. Another example is we'll have exclusion zones set up, so there'll be turbidity curtains around the work zones that will prevent access, or at least reduce the amount of access to these areas while they're being worked upon, to prevent the occasional fish or turtle from swimming into the dredge area.
And just to be clear, we're not proposing that the entire remedial footprint area is isolated all at one time. It's sequenced so that you shift gradually along the shoreline. So the area over which you have to exclude those organisms, or where you accept a temporary impact to them, that is only a small subset of the overall remediation footprint. And as you finish an area, you remove the curtains, shift along, and allow it to recover even as the remainder of the project is being conducted.
Okay, thank you for those details. What's in one of these projects, what really is like the time required for an ecosystem recovery after some big dredging project like that? It's like, for instance, in Hamilton, is it going to be like 2 years later when then everything's back to normal, or is it like 10 years later as far as the like aquatic ecosystem goes?
I can field that one. It takes, I'd say, on the scale of months to a few years to fully recover, but you typically see recovery occur in waves. So you will get a gradual progression. What happens is when you finish and you set up the new substrate, organisms flow in, and those that are most suitable to the conditions predominate at the beginning, and then gradually over time it changes. It's like when you do replanting with trees, the types of vegetation you get in year 1 are different than what you get in year 5 and year 10. So it's a gradual change, but it doesn't take many, many years to have a functional benthic community. You do get organisms that are there for fish food and habitat, and that colonization happens fairly quickly. It also, again, this is going to be a common theme, but as with many of the discussions today, we haven't designed things in detail. The rate at which things recover and stabilize and provide a healthy, productive benthic community depends on the nature of the substrate that you lay down. Where you wish to, you can actually design the type of substrate to enhance recovery, like the type of grain sizes of materials and the organic carbon and those kinds of things can be customized if there is a need to accelerate the rate of recovery. And that's the kind of thing that goes into the detailed design stage.
Thank you. My last question is, so for the impact assessment that's being done, That's actually going to be done by SNC Lavalin. Is that right? And are they here tonight?
So that's correct. They're not here tonight, but we're still more than a year away really from getting into the impact assessment. I think our next steps in terms of public engagement are just generally on the type of preliminary conceptual design that we've got that we presented tonight. So I mean, I expect this is probably not the last time we'll be in a forum like this presenting, and you know, when we start to talk about the impact assessment, we would certainly have the consultants responsible for it here.
All right, thank you. And so can the comments, like they're doing the ecological inventory, which is basically what the majority of this meeting is about. And so can the comments like from Turtles Kingston and everything be sent to them, you know, so that they can already see what they've just missed? I do have that concern.
Yeah, so as I think Valerie mentioned before, we've already been in contact with Turtles Kingston, and they certainly have shared some very valuable information with us already. And you know, as part of those baseline studies and the work leading into the DIA, that will certainly be made available to the consultant. And I mean, I think there will likely be opportunities for Turtles Kingston to speak directly to the consultants. I don't know, Val, if you wanted to add anything else.
Sure. So as part of kind of this project team, all of the comments that we're receiving tonight are being recorded, and Golder will be sharing them with SNC through Public Works and the project team. So none of this conversation or comments will be lost. We're managing it as a project team and making sure all the consultants are working together. So same, you know, when we get to the point of detailed design, we may already have some environmental constraints, but those comments and concerns will also be passed to the design consultant whenever they get hired. So we are managing it from a project whole.
Okay, thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you. And if you could take the chair, I think
the chair recognizes you.
Thank you. And I have just one very quick question for either Mr. McClatchy or Mr. Lawrence. Boundaries are just lines on a map, I know, but some of the city lots, shoreline lots, clearly are in a more contaminated site that we share the abutting site of Parks Canada. I'm just curious as to how we're going to work collaboratively to benefit the city lots. I believe Paul McClatchy has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, or Mr. Chair, I suppose. I think it's fair to say that that's the essence of what we need to discuss with the federal project as part of the potential partnership between the city and the federal government in this. We need to understand what those details are so that we can have benefit to the city as well as to the project, and that it's ultimately affordable for the city to participate. But I think from a due diligence perspective, going down the path of exploring how to clean up contaminated property, especially property that sits in such an ecologically sensitive area as a river estuary and shoreline, is a correct thing to do at this point.
Thank you.
Mr. McClatchy, were you going to make a briefing to council? Did we miss that part? Or
no, there is an information report on the agenda, and I'm happy
when we
to
get to
provide
okay.
an introduction to that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I return the chair to you if that was your only question.
Thank you. We'll now open it up to, I believe there are 2 counselors in attendance. At least there were two. And I will indeed give you an opportunity to ask questions. Just a quick reminder, council members have had a chance to comment prior to this meeting. We'll have a chance to comment again. There are approximately 40 members of the public that are giving up their evening, probably with a lot of questions as well. So let's keep to questions only, if you would. I saw Councillor Chappelle's hand first, followed by Councillor Hutchison. Go right ahead, Councillor Chappelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's always a pleasure to ask questions before you. I have a number of questions, and I'll try to be as brief as possible. One thing about policy items, there's always an option to do nothing. So I would like to know what it would be like if we left the site as it is. What would it be like in 10 or 20 years? Because from the pollution diagram that we saw with the benthic and the footprint and all that, it doesn't strike me as bad as is perceived. And so I'm wondering, is that an option at all, is to leave it alone?
Thank you. Who would like to answer that?
I can
maybe I'll just start briefly, but I will turn it over to Gary. I think Gary did go over some of the risk assessment work that had been done, and so I think really the crux of the matter is some of those studies that showed measurable negative environmental impacts as a result of the contamination, and the desire to mitigate that for a cleaner environment. Like, no one wants to undertake a remediation of a contaminated site that makes the situation worse than it is now, and certainly that's not the intent. And so I think that sort of weighing of the observable negative effects and the record of these type of mitigations in improving the environmental condition is sort of the approach that's on the table here, and resulting in a better environmental outcome than doing nothing. But Gary, maybe I'll just turn it over to you to
sure.
speak the details.
Yeah, it's a great question. First of all, we are currently doing additional monitoring of the sediment chemical. I think literally this week, there's additional sampling going on to determine what level of change, if any, has occurred over the last decade or so. Because that's the kind of time frame that we're looking at. It's multiple decades. I mean, the contamination that is present there now is in many ways evidence that the rate of natural cleanup is very, very slow. Those chemicals were released decades ago, and yet we still have moderate to high concentrations over a very significant area. They're not going away on their own soon. The surface layer may be slightly less contaminated relative to deeper layers, but those changes are balanced by the mixing that occurs. The organisms that are present in the sediment, the fish and wildlife and the recreational users continue to mobilize that sediment to mix it, and that is a barrier to the rate at which the cleanup can occur over time. In terms of the level of severity of the current conditions, what you're really getting at there is risk tolerance. What is the level of environmental condition that different people would say is safe or alarming or somewhere in between? And that's partly a judgment-based decision. What we've tried to do is keep the subjective part removed by just following the framework and using the decision rules that are there to provide as objective as a way we can to evaluate risks. In terms of how acceptable the conditions are for leaving things under a do nothing type alternative, the objective of this project is to provide a level of protection that's sufficient for all users of the harbor, including humans and animals. And although both animals and humans can make use of the harbor now in a way that they would prefer or require, others can't. And there is also a lost value to the communities by not having the harbor reach its full potential. In some areas of the harbor, the impairments that we see are visible and quantifiable, but there's also kinds of risks that are not visible. And the most obvious example of those things is the long-term human health impacts. It's very difficult to definitively document how many increased cancer or other adverse health effects are due to exposure to sediment relative to other causes of impairment. Similarly, quantifying the loss of recreational or other uses of the harbor, like not being able to swim, fish, and recreate in an unlimited fashion in the harbor, that's something that the value varies depending on who you are and where you live. So it's difficult to unilaterally say it's fine to leave it, or it's definitively unacceptable to leave it, or a significant portion of it. I think it's better to view it as a spectrum of risk where different people have different values and different takes on what the level of harm is. I think from the beginning, though, I've tried to be clear that we are in that space in the middle where it's not an environmental emergency, nor is it a nothing to see here scenario. Even though some of the risks may not be obvious to the naked eye, and even though people may view the wildlife and community as being, in their opinion, healthy, that does not mean that impairment does not exist. And it does not mean that other people viewing the same data would make a determination that the level of impairment is unacceptable. So sorry for the long answer, but that's probably the best way I can respond to your comment and question.
Well, I guess my concern, quite frankly, is that by agitating the sediment, you probably have more concentrations, as you indicated yourself, deeper within the sediment. So you're now agitating and bringing it up to the surface. So it hasn't been disposed, whether it's dredging or the vacuum type. And I think that sediment then percolates throughout the entire basin and works its way down to Gananoque. And I'm very concerned about that approach. And that's why I asked if that option was to do nothing. But I imagine that'll still come out as you perceive your work. And I'm glad that you're thinking in that perspective to at least consider that. But it doesn't seem like it's an option. So my second question was, there was a lot of reference in the presentation tonight about key stakeholders. So who determines who is a key stakeholder? And how does one person or group be realized as a key stakeholder so that they have a seat at the table? And what would be that process to have a key stakeholder position? Because there are certain members of our community and groups in our community that certainly should be at the table and not marginalized from this discussion.
Hey, David. Sorry, I jumped in there, but I thought I would just mention, of course, that we're still seeking input from all key stakeholders. And I think we're open to anyone becoming a key stakeholders and perhaps consulting with them to get their input onto how the project might affect their businesses or their residences or anything else going on in the inner harbor there. David, did you want to, since you were about to jump in? So I think this is an opportunity, right?
Yeah, I just was going to say that I don't think, I don't think the designation of key stakeholder isn't really a formal one, and it's really not something that we would bestow. I mean, people, the type of engagement that we're planning here is kind of, open to everybody, and whether that be a business or an organization or an individual. And so I think everybody's going to have an opportunity to bring their views forward. We're certainly open to bilateral meetings, as Valerie mentioned, and I think there's several people who we've already engaged with on that basis. So really, through some of those methods, the website and public meetings, I think people will identify themselves and identify their perspectives. And if coming out of that they want more engagement with us through one-off meetings, we're certainly open to that.
The other concern I have is on experience. We talked about the Kingston Harbor and a harbor out in Vancouver, which is marine, not an internal Lake Ontario matter. In those experiences of dredging and abatement of the pollutants that are encapsulated in the substrate, did they make any modifications to wetlands? And if they did, what type of modifications or adjustments did they take to wetlands? Because I'd like to understand if there was capping or if there was dredging or replacement like they did in the Don River that replaced the wetlands. So I'd like to understand if those processes or what approach you're considering for Kingston.
Who's fielding that? Do you want me to take that one on?
Yeah, please, Gary.
Sure. So definitely in wetlands, the types of tools are more varied, and there's specific research in recent years on advanced methods for wetland remediation. I've been to conferences and I've seen some really cool designs. Someone actually referred to this concept earlier, which is working at a much smaller scale or a more micro scale and working on very selective replacements with potential for things like replanting, removal of invasive species, just proceeding using a less engineering-based mindset and more of a longer duration, more sensitive phased approach. And I think that would be appropriate for consideration in the Orchard Street Marsh type area. So I'm fully in support of that. We're just too early on to prescribe the exact methods. If you want, we can provide some examples. I've been to conferences showing many sites in the Great Lakes area and in the Northeast US where these kinds of tools have been applied in wetland areas. So there's definitely approaches that are different than the sort of the conventional clamshell or suction dredging approach applied over open areas of water.
The reason I raise that question is because a large portion of this waterway, both of all, is first of all, it's UNESCO heritage site. So naturalized, like real, like living trees and stuff, not grassland, is the preferred rationale, in my opinion, for protecting this area and protecting the heritage designation. But we have provincially significant wetlands, and the concept of waiting till wintertime and dumping dirt on it to cap it, it just befuddles me, and I have absolutely no respect for that approach. So I'm very excited, Gary, to follow up with you on this. And I do have an undergrad in biology, and I did do water toxicology studies up in field near Northern Ontario. So I did study circumneutral waterways versus acidified lakes. So I understand some of the benthic capacity of our wetlands, and I'm really interested in making sure that we do the best approach if we are to proceed going forward in this. So, you know, if you want to have an offline conversation or have me involved with a special group, I'd be more than happy to sit down and participate in that. But I'm certainly not interested in dumping over dirt and filling in significant provincially significant wetlands. So thank you. I'll leave those as my questions for now, because I know the public is very interested in starting. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to have 3 questions. I appreciate it very much. And I do appreciate the presentation you made tonight. Thank you.
All due respect, I think that was 3 questions and 1 good comment. So I'll now turn it to Councillor Hutchison for any questions he may have.
Hi. Just a couple of questions at the moment so we can get to the public. This came up, and I just wanted to get some more clarity on it regarding sediment transport. And what, in terms of the spread of disturbed sediments, it's being suggested that it could spread widely in the basin, in the Inner Harbor Basin, and even downriver. What is the federal government's assessment of that threat?
I can field that one, David, if you're comfortable. Yeah, sediment transport assessment has been done. I need to state at the beginning that sediment transport, remobilization, and deposition already occurs. It occurs now, it occurs next year, it will always occur. These sediments are mobile. They are cycled throughout the harbor. They do not stay fixed in place. With respect to the specific changes that would occur during dredging, it's important to remember that environmental controls are put into place specifically to avoid exactly that phenomenon. And the main concern for this project is not waterborne contaminants. It's mostly the sediment associated material. And the environmental management protection objectives for all of these kinds of projects, including ones that Valerie is familiar with in the Bordeaux system, are focused on preventing unacceptable volumes of suspended materials. That's a fundamental concept between the in the design and implementation of the remedial work. So no, any remedial program with any value would ever contemplate allowing massive migrations of suspended particulates into other areas of the basin, much less out into Lake Ontario. The plan is to prevent exactly that from occurring.
Thank you. One more question, and for now, maybe I've got others later. This might be pointed to Mr. McClatchy, but we've had the talking about the ongoing contaminants. And do we know what is coming out of the Orchard Street overflow pipe? What kind of contaminants are coming there? I mean, we can guess, but do we actually know?
Thanks for the question, through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so the Orchard, the pipe that flows into the Orchard Street Marsh, we refer to that as the Kings Court storm sewer outfall. It is primarily stormwater. So that's stormwater that's been collected over a large catchment area of the city. So that contains a number of contaminants that you see off of an urban road environment, usually gritty sands and whatnot that have, they'll have metals and some types of petroleums attached to them sometimes. So it's not the cleanest material. The Kings Court outfall also serves as an overflow point for the Harbourfront trunk sewer, or not the Harbourfront trunk sewer, the North End trunk sewer that comes down to River Street pumping station. So if that sanitary sewer gets overcharged during a high rainfall event or something like that, it has an outlet to prevent it from backing up into basements and so forth. And one of those outlets does outlet into that Kings Court storm sewer outfall. So in those high rain events, if there was a combined sewer overflow event there, you would get diluted sanitary sewage mixed in with the stormwater runoff. And very occasionally you would get potentially spills and whatnot that would happen on a roadway. If they weren't managed properly, they could report to a storm sewer system and then find their way down through the system to an outfall. And that's the case for any stormwater outfall in the city.
Thank you for that. How significant is the oil and gas, hydrocarbon, there's a mention in one of the things, tire crumb type of pollution coming out of that outflow pipe? Do we know?
If you mean how significant is it with respect to the proposed remediation of sediments in the Inner Harbor, I'm going to have to turn that over to the experts from the federal project, because that is something they would have to consider in terms of source control that they spoke about. No point cleaning something up if you haven't controlled the sources that's just going to make it dirty again. So that is something they would have to consider.
Yeah, I can add to that. We have looked at the pattern of contamination that is adjacent to the various storm sewers, not just the Kings Court sewer that Paul mentioned, but other pipes along the shoreline. And the short story is that the level of contamination coming from those sources is not at a level that threatens the overall design of the remediation program. And there's always trace concentrations of constituents associated with general road runoff. But an example is the pH concentrations. So pHs are things that are associated with things like automobile exhaust and are commonly found in storm sewer flows. But the monitoring that we've done immediately downstream of the Kings Court sewer doesn't indicate that the sewer is causing the majority of the pH concentration. In fact, it's other sources, those legacy ones that we talked about, that are responsible. So I'm not saying that it's insignificant, but I I could go as far as to say that the ongoing storm sewer inputs are relatively minor in terms of mass and loading to the system in relation to the historical legacy sources. And I would say that if we were to roll back the clock 50 years, I would be saying something quite different, because originally the way a lot of those hydrocarbons ended up in the harbor is because in those days, the trunk system and the linkages to industrial sources in downtown Kingston were very, very different. And hydrocarbon sources associated with the coal gasification plant were a major driver in the reason why there are elevated pH concentrations in parts of the water lot. So it's a indication of how much things have improved over the decades, that now those storm sewers are relatively minor in influence relative to historically when they were quite important.
Thank you. I'm done for now.
Thank you very much. So we will have an opportunity for the committee to ask follow-up questions at the end of this process. We'll now turn to give the public an opportunity to ask questions. I just want to mention that you should identify yourself and your address, and you will be given 5 minutes to make comments or ask questions. We're going to do this, since there's so many members of the public here tonight, we're going to do this in groups of 5 or 6 public questions. They'll be gathered up, and the presenters will have an opportunity, or Mr. McClatchy, to respond to those questions in bulk, and then we'll go on to the next 5 or 6. This could become a very long meeting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask for a 5 or a 10-minute recess at this time, and that will give the clerk an opportunity to gather up the names, gather up a roster of names from the public, which as soon as we return, they'll have an opportunity to ask their questions. Does that work for you, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Vice Chair, through you, that works. I will just remind members of the public, if they do wish to speak, just to raise their virtual hand in Zoom. And you can do that just by hovering your mouse over this screen. It's just at the bottom there, just so if when we do come back from a recess, I can see who all wishes to speak.
Great, thank you very much. So we will begin our recess, and then we'll get right back into this. Thank you very much. I believe we're back. We're just waiting for one counselor to turn on their cameras. There we go. So we're now in business again. I believe the clerk has some names gathered. If you can do them in order, and just a reminder, you have 5 minutes. I will give you a 30-second heads up if necessary. Go right ahead, Madam Clerk.
Chair, through you, the first member of the public with their hand raised is Laurel Claus Johnson. I'll invite them to speak.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much. Yawagoa, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you.
Good. I'm happy to be here and have listened with interest to all that's been said thus far. And I want you to know that I have first a statement to make, and then I have a couple questions and a request. So my first statement is very practically, water is life. It is critical to all life on our mother, the earth. And she knows how to heal herself. In fact, her healing is already underway in this river. So what I'm asking for and what I'm going to refer to is, please advise me on the Indigenous involvement and content contribution in the current dredging plans for the Cat River. And out of that, I'm going to ask for, please add the local Indigenous community as an identified body to include in the stakeholders list. I would say Niawa at this point to Councillor Chappelle, who said that, who did refer to groups that may need to be isolated. So I would say thank you very much. My question then is, I need to know for my own research and my own references, what are the chemicals used in your proposed dredging process? Would you please provide me with a list of those names? And from that, I have to say and add on behalf of a process that's already in place, why dredge it all and for what reason? So I'm like way less than 5 minutes. So I thought about making sure that I got to say what I needed to say and wanted to say in the most respectful way and leave room for others. But somebody's writing down my questions or somebody's actually taking note. So David, is there some way that you could make sure that I get a list of the actual chemicals that are in your future plans to dredge, to use in your dredging plan, please?
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. And as always, succinct and to the point. I appreciate that. Who's next?
Mr. Chair, Jeremy Malloy is next to speak.
Yes, Mr. Malloy, you have the chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Jeremy Malloy, 46 Pine Street in Kingston. I am participating tonight as a member of River First YGK, which is a group that formed in response to the proposal of remediation of the Inner Harbor. We represent dozens of active members who have been devoting hours every week over the last 7 months to better understanding this proposal from a variety of perspectives. Based on that, we are extremely grateful for Council's attention to this matter, for staff's attention, and for the federal government representatives appearing before Council this evening. But based on that level of engagement by so many people, I do believe that most people are going to be unsatisfied with public consultations and engagement being limited to a website, a couple of town halls, and some one-off meetings. And I am grateful for the many councillors tonight who have advocated and raised their voice for their constituents having more meaningful involvement in a process which is fundamental to the future of the watershed upon which we depend. I am now going to ask 5 questions. First, we were told all along that Transport Canada is the proponent for this project. We learned last Friday that Parks Canada, not Transport Canada, is the proponent. Why was this changed? Or if it was not changed, why did we not get correct information throughout the last several months? Second question, could the federal representatives please confirm that this project that they've been discussing tonight isn't a designated project under the Federal Impact Assessment Act? And the anticipated Parks Canada process is actually merely the Section 82 process, which of course is far narrower, less robust, and has fewer public participation options than a full-blown impact assessment under the Act, which River First has been consistent about calling for before council, staff, federal representatives, and in the public space. Related to this question, why does the report that was released Friday describe the forthcoming federal process as a, quote, detailed impact assessment? I have reviewed again the Federal Impact Assessment Act, and that term does not exist in the Federal Act. And I don't believe it accurately would describe what happens under Section 82, which is, of course, a determination by the proponent of whether the project is likely to cause significantly adverse environmental effects. When will the public have a complete list of the updated studies upon which the federal government is basing its proposed actions and access to all of these studies themselves? Finally, I'd like to follow up on Councillor Doherty's question with a request for more details than we previously received. To wit, how would the federal government work be coordinated with other remediation projects such as the proposed brownfield remediation on the tannery lands and adjacent city-owned properties? Again, I would like to stress the how, not merely that it would happen. And I also would like to know what type of public input would be available in these discussions, given both of them require significant incentives and expenditures of public funds. Those are all my questions. Thank you very much for hearing them, and I'll cede the floor back to you.
There, I'm unmuted. Thank you, Mr. Malloy. Who's next on the agenda?
Kara Bowers, the next member of public.
Hello, councillors and everyone from the federal government and your consultants in the community. I wanted to thank you for the presentation today. My name is Tara Bauer. I'm at 3352 Van Order Road in Kingston. I am a representative today of Turtles Kingston. And I wanted to specifically thank Councillors Doherty, Osanek, and Chappelle for bringing up Turtles Kingston's concerns in this matter. I did just want to take an opportunity here to emphasize some of those concerns. As has been mentioned, I have submitted some of these comments via email, and you can access that letter in the addendum for this meeting. So first, I want to emphasize that there were some inconsistencies in the data related to turtles in the Inner Harbor. I want to focus on one right now, which is the fact that there are nesting musk turtles on the shoreline of the Woolen Mill. I wanted to echo Councillor Osanek's concerns with the shoreline design to ensure that it does improve shoreline habitat. The use of rock shoreline as was proposed, although the details weren't all provided, does give me some concern as riprap and large rocks will impact turtles' ability to access nesting sites and also hatchling ability to get back to the water. I also wanted to echo Councillor Chappelle's concerns related to negative environmental impacts of dredging in a location that the Golder report does indicate has limited resuspension naturally. I believe that the proposed dredging is likely to result in further environmental degradation than it's causing improvement. And that's not just from the resuspension of sediments, but also from the destruction of aquatic habitat. So one of the questions that I'm going to be asking right now is how are you planning to integrate, or have you integrated the kind of pros cons to the fact that by placing caps and dredging, you are completely destroying the aquatic habitats and the macrophyte beds that are on the bottom of the Inner Harbor. Another question I have that kind of echoes Jeremy Malloy's is I am specifically interested to know and have access to the results of the sediment toxicity testing, as through my investigations and reading of the Golder report, I did not come across that, or it escaped my my reading ability. And finally, excuse me, I don't completely understand how natural recovery can be suggested for some areas of the Inner Harbor, which seems to be purely based on the presence of infrastructure and the difficulties of dredging, but then dredging is recommended for other areas that have similar risks identified. Those are my questions and my comments for today. I wanted to thank everyone again for all of your information and your support for Turtle Kingston today, and I look forward to working with everyone more on this project. Thank you, and back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Bauer. Who's next, Madam Clerk?
Peter Hodson is next.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Peter Hodson at Queen's University, 185 Ontario Street in Kingston. And I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and I certainly enjoyed the presentations this evening. It appears that the strongest arguments for dredging are the high concentrations of specific contaminants in the sediments. But there are two aspects that would argue otherwise. The first was the observation, which has been referred to already, about a reduction in surface sediment contamination with time based on core data. And this is probably due to the accelerated deposition of sediments associated with the Bell Island landfill blocking the river flow. The second aspect came out of the RCC report, the Ken Reimer report, which indicated that the links between sediment contamination and toxicity to benthic species, as well as the benthic community structure analyses, appear to be weak. They saw responses, tests, and changes in benthic community structure in the reference areas, unrelated to contamination. And there were sites where the sediments were highly contaminated, where they had no toxicity, and benthic community structure seemed to be unaffected. So the question would be, how can we be sure that the option will provide a greater reduction in the risks of chemical contamination than the natural attenuation option, given the variability in these test results?
Thank you, Mr. Hodgson. Was that the fifth or sixth? Do we have somebody else awaiting?
Mr. Chair, we do have two more. We've heard from 4 members of the public so far, and we do have 2 others with their hands raised.
Perfect. Let's give them an opportunity.
Okay, the next member is Chris Hargraves.
Mr. Hargrave. Is Mr. Hargrave having some difficulty?
Yes, he is, but I think he has solved it.
There you go. We recognize you.
Okay, Chris Hargreaves, 4060 Bath Road, Kingston. I am speaking as the chair of the Kingston Field Naturalists Conservation Committee, which has 500 members, many of whom would take issue with the comment by one of the presenters regarding the loss of recreational use in the Inner Harbor. The Inner Harbor, as you may well know, is shallow. It is covered with reeds. People do not want to swim there. But there are a lot of KFN members who I am sure currently enjoy walking in the Inner Harbor. They like the natural area. So my first question is, what studies have been done recently with regard to the use of the Inner Harbor area to determine how people, citizens of Kingston, actually want to use that area? Secondly, developing from that, I would also like to take issue with the term of the do nothing approach. That is not what is happening. People may not be doing anything. Nature is doing a lot. The number of turtles in that area is thriving. There were reports in the presentation, the PowerPoint presentation, referring to fish deformities. I have asked around. Nobody has reported fish deformities since the original report in 2014. Turtles are doing well, the fish are not deformed, nature is doing a great job. And that leads me to my other point, which is the concern of the statement that, I will put it, the project will remove some contaminant, but not all. And I would like to know how that should be interpreted. Does it mean that the hotspots will be remediated, but the moderate levels of pollution in the rest of the harbour will be left as they are? Or are we going to see a cleanup in the easy to access areas, which results in a reduction in the overall level of pollution, but the hotspots are left as they are? And those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hargraves. Madam Clerk, I believe we have one more person in the current roster.
Mr. Chair, we now have 2 hands raised at the moment.
Okay. We will hear the next 2. Please raise your hand if you haven't already, because we need to know before we declare the public portion of the meeting over. So go ahead, Madam Clerk.
My apologies, Mr. Chair. There's 3 hands.
Okay, let's go with 1. And then we'll go back to any remaining after that. Thank you.
Mary Farrar is next.
Hello, Ms. Farrar.
Hello. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, presenters. Thanks, council. So I am Mary Farrar. I live at 1 Place d'Armes, Unit 83, and I am president of the Community Association, the Friends of Kingston Inner Harbor. And I have 7 questions. They're pretty short, I think. The first one is about the assessment of the turtle habitat and how wrong it was. And I just wonder, the turtle habitat actually extends throughout the Inner Harbor, all the way down to the south end of Doug Flora Park and all the way up to Bell Park. And so all along the place where revetment is suggested is actual turtle habitat. So my question is, I was happy to hear Gary talking about the wetland remediation being more varied, and I'm wondering if alternative riparian, more natural shoreline riparian methods can be used not only in the wetlands, but also all along the shoreline where revetment is currently proposed, in my opinion, incorrectly, because it's very, makes life very difficult for turtles, and it also makes life difficult for people. So that's the first question. Second question is sort of related to what Chris just said. There's nowhere any description of how humans use the shoreline or how human use is projected to remain the same or change. Currently, people walk, bird watch, dog watch, cycle, canoe and kayak. The swimming is ridiculous. I've been snorkeling there looking for turtles myself, and you can't see more than 2 feet ahead of you because of the suspended plant matter. This will continue. It is not an appropriate place for swimming. And it seems to me that underlying this project, there's an assumption that somehow this is going to become Lake Ontario Park, or, you know, it's not. This is a nature park. And so my question is, how can dredging and capping be justified or even considered without a larger context of community use and vision and a real description of what future goals might be? This is not being done. And this is absolutely critical to be done. Okay, I guess another observation and question, that deformed bullhead picture is all everywhere. And we have been, our neighborhood association, in contact with local fishermen who say that Lake Ontario is full of deformed fish. So my question is, in any of these studies, was there a control group done with the Lake Ontario deformities in comparison with the Kingston one? Because if they're the same, then, you know, that sort of makes the need for clearing up all these deformities, you know, not so necessary. And the next question is the list of stakeholders. I think it would be good for us to have a list of the current stakeholders that you're approaching, because there are lots of people that we know that we could connect you with that you really should possibly be including. The second last question, why not amphibians as well as the 6 items that you, species that you have in your diagram? I mean, amphibians, when everybody knows this is a huge turtle habitat, why aren't amphibians included there? They should be. And the final question is, you know, the human foot. Like people, I have never, the water is clear, the sediments are contaminated. The only risk to people are toddlers eating the soil or people walking barefoot for long periods of time. I have never seen either. I don't believe that. I think that the risk to humans is vastly overblown. And I think that that icon for the human foot should be doesn't apply, because we simply do, people who walk in the water have rubber boots. People who, you know, no, but I have never seen a single person walking barefoot. So I think that should really, those concerns should really be considered, and I'd be interested in hearing your answers. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ms. Farrar. You got in right under the wire. I appreciate that. We're now going to turn to people who have been collecting all of those questions. And I'll give you an opportunity to answer from those, I believe, 6 members of the public. For members of the public, if any questions in your mind have been missed or inadequately answered, please mail those to any member of the committee or to the clerk, and we'll follow up on your behalf. So, who would like to tackle those questions?
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Neil. Those were a lot of questions, and we did our very best to document them, and we'll do our best to answer them. I just wanted to begin by saying, just by addressing the engagement with Indigenous communities. It had begun in 2020, and as Indigenous peoples have constitutionally protected Aboriginal treaty rights, they're not always perhaps referred to as stakeholders, but Valerie has been working on Indigenous engagement, so she'll be able to speak a little further to that. With respect to TC and PC's partnership in this project, I will say we have been joined with this project for many years and have been doing studies in the area for many years together. PC has extensive experience in these types of projects, and we obviously are relying heavily on them to assist us in this area. And but they have been a project partner from the beginning. With respect to some of the land uses, I would say that the project itself is going to take into consideration plans that the city has for their future land uses. And I'm assuming that they have a process for which you can provide input into their plans. We're going to try our best to integrate and try and work this in together. but I know that there is always time to integrate those plans. And I guess the only other thing I would say lastly is about the stakeholder list. David mentioned it and I mentioned it earlier. I think there's always an opportunity to include other stakeholders as they wish. This is only the first of, I assume, many stakeholder meetings or other stakeholder meetings, and in which case you can raise your hand and you can be included as part of the stakeholder list of people who would like to provide input. With that, I'm going to turn it over to David to address some of the questions perhaps that were posed, and then likely to our consultants who have the expertise as well. Thank you.
Yeah, so just on the question of Indigenous consultation, maybe just to provide a little bit more detail. So to date, we have had, I would say, preliminary discussions with Mississaugas of Alderville and Mohawks of Tyendinaga. Those are both groups that we have pre-existing relationships with. We've consulted with them and worked with them on a number of other projects. But just to the point that the speaker raised about the local Indigenous community, I mean, we're certainly very, very open to broadening that and including others in the community, and so we would definitely be interested in, you know, the contacts of individuals that would be interested in engaging on, I guess, on a more local level to the city of Kingston on the Indigenous side. So would definitely appreciate that. There was a series of questions that dealt with the Impact Assessment Act and some of the sort of technicalities around environmental assessment. So I'm going to just ask Valerie if she could speak to that aspect of things.
I will try to hit them all, but forgive me if I miss some. Like Vera said, we've written them all down. So if we skip something, we can definitely provide it in more detail. So I believe it was Jeremy that was asking about if this is a designated project under the Impact Assessment Act. So it is not a designated project under that list of projects that you find in the Act. And it does fall under Section 81 to 91, which governs impact assessment on federal lands that are not in that designated project. And the caveat of those sections is that the federal government must ensure that there's no significant adverse environmental effects as a result of a project. In terms of the proponents, Transport Canada and Parks Canada are the current proponents. And as that's been discussed in this meeting, that list could expand depending on the partnering agreements. But right now, Parks Canada and Transport Canada are the federal proponent leads on this project. The reason why you see detailed impact assessment and referred to it in this process is that Section 82 under the Act doesn't really speak to how a federal department gets to that conclusion of no significant adverse effects. It leaves it up to each federal department. Parks Canada has a very robust internal impact assessment process that kind of outlines different levels of assessment depending on the potential risk or impact of the project. So that's an internal Parks Canada process to meet those federal requirements under the Act. Under Parks Canada's process, a detailed impact assessment is that highest level of assessment. If anybody's familiar with the old legislation before 2019 or SIA 2012, it's kind of on the same lines of a comprehensive impact assessment that used to exist under the Act. It does involve public consultation, but it's not detailed in the legislation like a designated project is. So both federal departments agreed to follow Parks Canada's impact assessment process because it is quite detailed and laid out in our policy. So hopefully that kind of clears just the difference in terminology and some of those concerns. I'm just reviewing some of the questions that were listed.
Can you clarify the multi-proponent question, the TC versus PC role.
Oh yeah, sorry. I thought I did. So we are both federal proponents in the project. Parks Canada for Parks Canada's water lot triggers the impact assessment, and Transport Canada's water lots triggers the impact assessment process for them. There is also potential as we go further down the road that other federal departments may require permitting, which would then they would then also have a requirement under the Impact Assessment Act. So potentially DFO, if there's a Fisheries Act authorization involved, or potentially Environment Canada, if there's a species at risk requirement on Transport Canada's lands. So that's just the proponent kind of difference. And hopefully that answered Jeremy's question.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions you'd like to address?
I'll pass it back to David.
Yeah, I think there's a few more. Just looking at my list, there were a couple of references to access to the studies and background documents. And so I referenced before establishing a website. And so I think that would be a repository of a lot of those key documents. There are thousands and thousands of pages of background documents that have been generated over the years that this site has been studied. I think we would probably have a higher, like sort of the higher level documents on that site. That being said, I mean, it's a federal project and we want to be as transparent as possible. And so certainly if there were specific documents that people wanted stemming from a review of the higher level documents, we would be willing to provide those on request. I think I might go to Gary. There were a number of technical questions. One of them was about chemical use in dredging, and I think maybe I'd ask you to speak generally to whether that chemical use is a feature of that process, and it may be a little bit early in the planning here to sort of know a lot of details about what that might entail. But Gary, over to you.
Thanks. So first of all, thanks for all the questions. They're all great. And if we don't get a chance to address all of them individually now, please keep asking, get it on the consultation record. We intend to provide clear answers to all these questions. We just may not deal with them all thoroughly now. So let me take on a couple. We might have to do this in a few different waves and cover some common threads to some of the comments. So just to cross off the issue about the chemicals. So there are no chemicals that are used in the dredging process itself, whether it's a mechanical excavation or a suction dredge. It's a mechanical tool, it's not a chemical tool. If you're referring overall to the broader remediation plan and what kinds of materials might be introduced to the water lot that aren't currently there now, the only one I can think of that's worth mentioning is that I talked earlier about the concept of a thin layer cap with active materials in it. And those materials are non-toxic. They've been tested at other sites. Think of them as like super sponges for chemicals. It's carbon materials that are designed to soak up toxic pollutants and without harming organisms. Now, depending on which area of the water lot we're talking about, they may not be required at all, but in locations where they are used, they've been confirmed to be environmentally safe. So if you want to do some research, you can look up activated carbon in sediment remediation, and there's online resources if you want to learn more. But as far as chemical contaminants, aside from the possibility of a fuel spill or something, which should be covered under the environmental management plan, there should be no potential at all for the remediation plan itself causing contamination to the water lot. David, did you want me to continue and tackle some of the sort of environmental risk themed questions?
Yeah, go ahead, Gary.
Okay, so first of all, there was a couple of comments along the lines of nature is self-healing. And that's an attractive concept. It has limits. nature does not have an infinite potential to heal itself. And I could provide any number of situations where I could point out where the assimilative capacity of nature is overwhelmed because we have overloaded its ability to heal. I am in no way disputing the comment that natural recovery and healing does occur. What I am questioning is the rate at which it occurs and its ability to solve problems. And that, beyond that, I think I just have to leave it to the risk tolerance issue, both with respect to the level of effect that is occurring under current conditions and with respect to the rate of recovery that occurs over time. For some people, it may be completely unacceptable to allow more decades to continue under current conditions. Other people may say, not a big deal to me as long as we get there. So it's a highly personal thing, but I think it's important to point out that nature's ability is not infinite. The next category, I think, there was a question about the access to data, the tox testing and all that kind of stuff. We understand that the repository of information is very dense. So the reports that you've read are probably the summary documents, maybe the risk refinement document or the conceptual remedial options document. Trust me, there's a lot of reporting. We can help you. We can point you to the appendices in the risk assessments that have all of those details, the tox test results, the benthic community structure. If you're curious, trust me, you'll probably get more data than you can handle, and we can help you navigate the information. Please make a request where possible to specific things that you want to be pointed to, and we might even identify things that you're not even aware of that are buried down, deep in the project archive. What else? In terms of the comments about the turtle habitat, so there's a couple of dimensions to this. The first thing I'll say in response to like Mary's comments, yes to consideration of nuanced tools, perfectly legitimate to be opposed to very large, bouldery, sort of standard Lake Ontario shoreline type solutions. That's not the intent. If we can find a compromise, that's the objective. It's going to be difficult to optimize everything. There'll be some areas where we want to not encourage or perhaps even discourage human use of the actual water and sediment itself, but completely agree with enhancing existing opportunities for habitat. And some of that is physical, not just chemical. Totally get that. So they could comment about shoreline engineering to at least preserve and in some cases even enhance habitat. Fair comment, like that's something that definitely will be considered, and I recommend you keep asking questions along those lines. What else? In terms of this perceived negative environmental impact of dredging, I think there's some misconceptions and some assumptions about what is being done, and maybe the best thing is just get your comments on the record, and we will provide comments to help provide comfort that we're not going to be damaging to near the extent, even in the short term, that's been implied. But those are perfectly legitimate questions to raise. What else? I'm just sort of scrolling some of my notes here. Oh, the comment from Chris Harvey's about removal of some but not all contaminant. You actually did a pretty good job of summarizing the interpretation of that. I think you were on the right track when you said removal of hot spots, but only selectively entering the areas of moderate contamination and not dredging in areas of low but still elevated concentration. So prioritizing hotspots and removing enough contaminant mass in that moderate zone that we can see improvement in the overall exposures to animals that move over larger areas that aren't stuck in one spot. So that part is covered. In terms of the fish deformities, We are not saying that every fish deformity observed is due to site contamination, but we're also not saying that because fish deformities are observed at other locations, that it's okay for any level of risk of deformities at this site. There's quite an extensive body of research on the frequency and prevalence of fish deformities in a number of harbors in the Great Lakes and in the Northeast US. A lot of research documenting the relationship between the incidence of those deformities and concentrations of contaminants. And there is evidence, we can argue about the variability and the confidence, but there is evidence that concentrations of some constituents, in particular PAHs, have a demonstrable linkage to the excess prevalence of deformities, in excess of background, in excess of transient viral occurrences. There is information there. It has been documented on the project file, and we can point you to further information on that. But I just wanted to make it clear that we're not ascribing fish deformities incorrectly. We can talk about some of the uncertainties and specific occurrences and specific rates, but I wanted to clarify that there is evidence between contaminant influence and deformity incidence. A fellow named Bauman has done a lot of research in the Great Lakes on different kinds of deformities, and there's much literature available on relationships to contaminant mixtures. What else? Concerning turtle migrations, like there's a clear undercurrent of concern about modifying shoreline in a way that harms turtles, and not just temporary migration corridors, but also more generalized turtle habitat. We'll definitely take that under advisement, and the detailed plan is definitely going to need to recognize the different kinds of turtle habitats, the different species and their usage of specific areas. It's a complex issue, and the information that's gained in the biological inventorying that's currently being done is important. Also, as a general comment, probably a follow-up action will be for PSPC and the other federal water lot owners to find a way to best incorporate the input from these very engaged, informed community groups, rather than wait for the results of a DIA report. Seems to me that incorporating information in the course of that biological baseline study would be the best way to proceed, rather than wait for comments on the report. But I will leave that to the project managers to decide the best method to include that information. In terms of pathways, human use. Now, this is an interesting topic because I've heard comments that already are contradictory. Some people saying there's deformities everywhere in the harbor, and then others saying I've never seen a harbor, and the people I've talked to have never seen deformities. I also get conflicting information on the use of the harbor as a recreational facility for direct contact. So I've heard comments along the lines of, well, people don't use the harbor for swimming. It's full of weeds. It's mucky. Nobody likes it. Literally this week, in the course of sampling sediment, our site crews identified people swimming in the harbor. Yeah, in fact, I think it was yesterday. So it does happen. I do respect, though, there is a valid point made here about the character of the sediment and the assumptions that go into the human health risk evaluation. And we dealt with this during the risk assessment. We had a very rigorous discussion with expert support departments, because we acknowledge that Kingston Harbor is not a sandy beach, take the family out for a picnic environment. And we struggled with picking the right level of dermal contact parameters, frequency of site use, the dermal absorption rates, like all the things that need to be customized to the site. And to be frank, we we had some pushback from expert support, where expert support was concerned that we not underestimate usage, and they were concerned that there might be localized beach-like areas on the site. So this issue of how much recreational use is realistic, perfectly valid question to raise. It's not an exact science. And I think the uncertainty in the level of usage by humans for wading, swimming, barefoot contact, when people get into a kayak or a boat, how much exposure do they get? Those are really valid questions. So ask away, and we'll provide as best a response as we can. And ultimately, that probably will be a decision in terms of how much shoreline mitigation measures are focused at either encouraging or discouraging human access to the bottom sediments. Probably what I should do now is pause, open it up for others to tackle key questions that they heard from the group, and then I'll review my notes and see if there's anything else that I've missed. I can almost guarantee that I have missed. Oh, sorry, they're from Peter Hodson's comments. So good comments. Regarding the core profile, I would say it is necessary but not sufficient to see a gradient in sediment core profile to warrant a monitored natural recovery solution. It's one thing to say there's a gradient in the chemistry, but if the surface chemistry is still not clean enough, then it's not good enough, and you have to address the current surface. And we can continue and exchange ideas on what levels of resolution are important. Are we talking about centimeters versus millimeters? How much is the sediment mixed? But I think it is necessary to revisit the basic concept of the current surface sediment chemistry, as will be validated in the ongoing validation monitoring, is way above sediment guidelines and at concentrations that are showing adverse effects to at least some of our endpoints, typically multiple endpoints. So that kind of ties into the idea that I said at the beginning about, yes, nature heals itself, but it has limits, rates and magnitudes. The other comment was along the lines of lack of confidence that the existing adverse effects are, I don't know, meaningful or significant or clear enough. Fair comment. There's always uncertainty for any biological or toxicological investigation. However, the observation of variability does not mean that things are fine and that we default to a do-nothing alternative. In fact, our ability to identify statistically significant, meaningful correlations between biological and toxicological endpoints and the chemical concentrations, that actually is powerful evidence, because in spite of the variability that always occurs in any study, we're still seeing meaningful relationships. The observance of an adverse effect at a low level in a single or a scattered number of reference stations does not mean that all levels of impact at all locations are acceptable. What you need to do is look at the magnitude of increased adverse effects relative to the baseline. And that's exactly what we've done. And the framework provides a set of pretty basic decision rules for the level of adverse effect that is either considered to be in that sort of unknown, maybe it's meaningful, maybe it's not, versus something that's larger and is more persuasive evidence that there is harm. So that covers off a couple of comments, and maybe I'll just take my own advice and shut up for a bit, share the platform, and allow others to maybe tick off some of the other questions, because they're all great questions, and I feel a little embarrassed and concerned that I might miss some of them. So I'll turn it over to the floor and let David maybe stick handle some of the remaining comments that have been raised.
I mean, looking through my list, Gary, I actually, I think you've done a fairly comprehensive job in covering off the most of the technical ones. I don't know, Vera or Valerie, if you had any in your notes that we haven't addressed yet.
I don't, and I feel like if there were any questions that were missed, if there was a way to, I guess, get them in writing. I'm not sure if somebody suggested that earlier, and we were able to address them separately. That might be an option. Right now, we're just updating the conceptual plan, and I think once we move to detailed design, based on inventories and feedback from Indigenous communities and stakeholders, we'll be able to make some of the decisions around the plan itself and address some of these concerns.
And maybe I'll just add, sorry, Gary, just to reiterate Vera's point, you know, we are at the conceptual stage. We're looking for stakeholder and public feedback. We've began some of the conversations, you know, through the Friends of the Kingston Inner Harbor and the Turtles Kingston groups of what existing data they have, but I'm sure that doesn't capture everybody's site knowledge, you know, of who's walking out there. I heard there was a gentleman from the Kingston Field Naturalist group. So just a call out, I think, to the members on this meeting and any other community members, if there is site knowledge, communication of how the public or your groups use the Inner Harbor and what you would like to see in the future. I think we've heard that theme. This is really the start of the opportunity to make sure that we get that feedback and we understand what information is out there beyond the studies and the data that will go into the impact and detailed design. We're really looking to start that opportunity here.
Thanks, Valerie. And I just thought of two others, if I can beg your forgiveness for rattling on again a little bit. One comment or category of comments with respect to the consultation process, and I guess the less than satisfying idea of doing Zoom meetings and online. We totally get that. I mean, to be blunt, COVID has really screwed this up. Our original plan was to have in-person workshops, face-to-face meetings, normal engagement, and COVID has really made that difficult. It's not based on an intention to wall off people or to try to steamroll the consultation through. If you can think of ways to make the consultation more effective, please pass that on and the study team will get back to you. All along, I've kind of suspected that there might be a value in doing sort of sidebar one-to-one. Somebody already mentioned sort of what was it called, bilateral type meetings. So, you know, if there is significant interest, that could happen. So make the request and let's see what happens. I'll leave the rest to the project team to cover off. And then the last thing I missed, I really wanted to tackle one of Mary's comments about the lack of herp tiles in the sort of the 6-panel box. Like, great find, good point. The only reason why it's not in there is that we didn't have the quantitative basis for assigning a risk category for herp tiles in the same way that we could for the other groups. Reptiles and amphibians are much harder to assess. The process for evaluating low versus medium, it's just harder. And we didn't feel like we had a sufficient basis to put them in a distinct category. As a starting point, and this is very crude and approximate, we thought that the invertebrate category would be broadly indicative of risks to herp tiles, but that's based on information that I'm familiar with for some, but not all of the contaminants. So I'll probably leave it at that, leave it there, and I suspect we'll need to provide a more thorough response in the formal responsiveness and consultation.
Thank you very much. I'll return to the clerk. Are there, if we could invite other people to raise their hands, and I believe you have a couple of people.
Mr. Chair, through you, we do have quite a few hands now. So the next person to speak is Gavin Anderson. He does have a picture to share, so I will share my screen for that.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Gavin Anderson. I live at 702 Newmarket Lane here in Kingston. the question that should come up, yes, it's a straightforward question. I saw two boats just like this in Anglin Bay this afternoon. I took this photograph looking probably south from the woolen mill, the KMP Trail, as it circumvents the woolen mill. The reason I asked the question is Mr. Britton was talking about the project's commitment to transparency, and I think that's very important. I asked this question to remind the project team, of course, that transparency is not just access to reports and all of the data that has been collected. I think it's also important to have a real-time sense of what's going on. Perhaps these two boats had nothing to do with the project. Maybe they have something to do with the project. The point is that this is a controversial proposal. There are a lot of people that are in the park, on the trail, that see activity in the bay. And if we don't know what folks are up to, whether it's connected to the project or not, then that can lead to suspicions and worries and whatnot. So I would like an answer to the specific question, but also just to remind the project team that transparency includes the public having access to your working agenda, so that we know in real time what your researchers, assessors, etc. are up to. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And who's next?
Next is Alana Giacomin.
Jeffrey Jackman here. I'm with Queen's University. I live at 1015 Old Front. I don't know, from my listening to the presentation tonight, I remember like there was a Venn diagram, and the information presented about the Venn diagram was unconvincing for all three circles. Then when we learned about the process, it seems to me the decision what the government made was to do something and then figure out what. But what we really have here is a situation where we have no problem and we're trying to figure out what problem to replace it with. And then I heard a mention of off-site transport. This has not been addressed, but apparently we're planning to take toxic waste that is largely harmless in a form, I think, called hard sediment in the inner harbor. It's not harming anything. And we're planning to dredge it up and then put it somewhere where it will almost certainly harm something. And I guess I don't really have a question except to say that there are scientists that look at this dredging of the inner harbor, this idea of river dredging, and the expected outcome for that, however it's done, is disastrous. And so I can see there's a public management thing going on here tonight to help the public overcome that fear. But how do you help real scientists overcome that fear?
Thank you very much. Who's next?
Next up is Donald Mitchell.
Hello, Mr. Mitchell.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee. And I want to thank the presenters for their presentation. I certainly learned a lot more tonight. My name is Donald Mitchell. I live at 43 Gibson Avenue, and I'm a board member and the vice chair of the Sydenham District Association, which is one of the local community associations, I think, that's following this. And the other way that I've engaged this area is that I was the community barrier-free accessibility advisory representative on the North Kingstown secondary plan. So my primary reason for engaging tonight was just to provide a message and a request from our district and its residents and the lay person community at large to to speak to the engagement process, which I understand a little more from the staff report, sort of what has occurred. And I have heard tonight, I think that there is going to be an engagement process. So I just want to bounce around because I've taken out some of what I was going to say, just to say that I think it's really important for the public to know who's leading this. And I don't think there's been very good leadership so far. When I read the report and I talk and I see it mentioned the Cataraqui River Stakeholder Group, and there are a number of organizations from an RMC Environmental Sciences Group through the City of Kingston, Ontario Ministries, Parks Canada, Transport Canada, and then there are private landowners. And all of a sudden a decision came along for the public that was obviously very upsetting in certain areas of the city, that here's the proposal, we're going forward. And yet all the stakeholders didn't seem to have been reached yet, and the conversations really hadn't occurred, and nobody was really leading the public engagement process. And I think that's what led to some of this issue. And there's a real diversity of residents and visitors that if you read city documents like the Kingston's Waterfront Master Plan, et cetera, that says we're all supposed to be engaged. And of course, obviously the federal government processes themselves say we're all supposed to be engaged. So that engagement plan, I think, is really important. I think it needs to be articulated to the public. I agree with some of the comments already said, which is there's still a lot of vagueness about that. And I think it needs to be clarified. And I do think it needs to be more than a website. But the big thing that I think the City of Kingston's done really well, and they did exceptionally well with the official plan update, was they actually provided a template, a device that showed the public the questions that were asked, gave them an understanding of how those questions were addressed or meaningfully how they informed the process or made changes. And so I think it's really important, probably the most important thing, that all these questions, this information is gathered and then it's presented back to the public so that they know how vision. And I think it should be an informed consent and not an implied consent. As to the reports, they're very confusing. So I'm just going to give you one quick example if I have enough time. But I think it's really important when you deal with a landfill and you have this southern shore and a little waterway that goes right by there, whether it's a creek or what it is. And there's all this landfill and there's this leachate that's happening and there are mitigation measures happening on land. And the public reads in city reports that we don't want to move that waste and store it somewhere else, that would not be what the public wants. But now you're proposing to do that in the water with sediment, but then the report supposedly says that, oh, that's probably the most palatable method, dredging and removal to the public. So you have these conflicting things going on. And then you also have in city reports that what's done in the water may or may not affect what happens on land and compromise that mitigation. And then you have PCBs and PAHs, which may be more credible to come from the landfill. Thank you. More credible to come from the landfill than it is to actually come from some of the other tannery uses, et cetera. And so I think that PC-W area is really important. And rather than dealing with it in complex reports, I think you really need to unpack that for the public and really go through some of those very specific pieces in a meaningful way.
Thank you very
much.
much.
I think I will leave it there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anybody else, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we do have a few hands left.
Okay,
So
why
next,
don't we, I think we kind of piled too many questions on the presenters with our format earlier. So why don't we address the questions asked, and then we'll return to the public. Thank you. So who would like to go first?
Okay, I'll jump in again to start it off. I just wanted to say thank you again for all those questions. There are a lot of great questions, and I understand that you all want answers. I guess part of the issue, or not issue, but we are consulting actually much earlier than we would normally, or that has been done historically for other projects of this nature, which is why we're still investigating current sediment management concentrations and conditions and refinement management plans. And so I think that some of these questions that you're asking, maybe there aren't definitive answers, but that's because we are consulting so early. About the boat in Anglin Bay, we're just looking to see if that was, and though I can't confirm, what I will say is noting that transparency is not just sharing access to these reports, but maybe advising the project or residents of what's going on. And I think that possibly posting that sort of information on the project website might be helpful to residents so that they can look there to understand what upcoming work might be happening. Again, I haven't discussed this in detail with David, but it seems like a good idea, and I'm sure that we'd be open to those sorts of suggestions. About the decision to do something, and why are we doing kind of what we're doing? And what I would say is that we have an obligation to manage contamination at this site and to ensure that conditions are safe for human and ecological receptors. And under federal real property policy, contaminated sites have to be assessed and classified. And these risk management principles have to be applied to determine the most appropriate and cost-effective course of action. And this project falls under the Fix That program, and it was established as a priority one project. So what I would say is that we are working very collaboratively together, PC and TC, as the majority landowners in the area, which is why we are the project proponents from a federal perspective. Of course, there are other stakeholders that are involved at the site, and we are engaging with them to see if there's an opportunity for project synergies, but and the city is one of them. We're here right now for these reasons. And if we're able to partner with these other project partners, then it will continue to be a collaborative effort towards a successful project implementation. But again, that is like many years away from what we're talking about now. We are consulting very early in the process. David, maybe I'll just turn to you to see if you have any additional comments.
Yeah, sure. I just maybe wanted to pick up on some comments that Mr. Mitchell was making, and I mean, just to acknowledge I think some really great points there in terms of as we move this forward. And as you said, Jerry, we're still very much in the early consultation stage, and there's lots of opportunity for engagement and discussion before us. But I think that the points about making sure that we're presenting information clearly, that there in addition to that in initial engagement, we are following up and sort of making sure people understand the messages we're taking away, and having an opportunity for a little bit of a dialogue and a back and forth, not just sort of like, we present something, we take questions, and that's the end of it. We really see this as an iterative dialogue, and so just to emphasize that, and also the message about making sure our means of communication are clear for everyone. So some great points for us to take away. Maybe I'll just ask Gary if there's any technical points that he wanted to address in those questions.
Sorry, I was on mute. Just a couple. I'm just reviewing my notes. So I think probably just an acknowledgement that it's a complex project. That whole idea of like even unpacking what's going on in PCW by itself is already complicated when you consider the multiple sources, the complexity of the contaminants, the adjacent wetland, the turtles, like everything is complicated there. So I get what you're saying. It can be very difficult to digest such a complex process. I don't have an easy answer other than to say I'm thrilled that we're finally beginning this communication and consultation exchange, because it's way more efficient to ask direct questions and get clarifications rather than have to mine through thousands of pages of reports. With respect to Mr. Jockeman's comments about the evidence that's there, I think we have a difference of opinion, but I don't think that's a bad thing. I think difference of opinion are good. I think the main value of the framework is that it provides a template against which you can objectively evaluate the evidence that we have. There will always be disagreements about what evidence is strong or weak or confounded. But that's what I take comfort in. And that's what the documentation that we did, and RMC also did their own independent evaluation. I think that's a helpful way of documenting how we arrived at a decision to either exclude or include areas within the proposed dredge area. With respect to the comment that we are proposing a solution in search of a problem. No, that as I indicated earlier, the range of solutions spans the entire spectrum from intrusive remediation all the way to what's been described as letting nature heal itself as opposite ends of a continuum. And as we indicated, most of the sediment within our study area is actually being allowed to heal naturally, I think is the term that has been used. So this is not a polar decision about do or do not. It's about making informed decisions specific to individual components, which kind of cycles me back. My concluding comment is that I can understand the public can be frustrated because it's got so many dimensions. It's such a diverse area of shoreline and contaminant groups that it's almost like 6 projects in one. And so it's easy to misunderstand the plan as being, an aggressive dredging program because we're dredging in some areas, whereas in other areas, we are literally not touching anything at all. So I think that's something we need to work on in terms of our communication plan so that people don't incorrectly assume things that are not actually what has been proposed. And we can work on that as we work through the stakeholder consultation process.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any more hands up?
Mr. Chair, through you, we do have a few hands left. Next is Vicky Schmolka, who also has a picture that I will share on my screen.
Hello, Ms. Schmolka.
Hello. Thank you very much. I'm Vicky Schmolka and I live in River Park, which is just north of the third crossing. I wanted to start before I talk to this slide to say thank you to Parks Canada. I really feel Parks Canada has a huge responsibility on behalf of the community. As Councillor Chappelle pointed out, we are a UNESCO designated site and Parks Canada manages the whole Rideau River system. And it needs tender loving care. And I know Parks is doing a lot of work to encourage all of us to take care of the river. So thank you. This is a picture of the wrecks of the Inner Harbor taken from Freshwater, a journal of Great Lakes marine history. Archaeology work was done in 1994, and there are 14 wrecks in the Inner Harbor. And my question is, what archaeology will be done with respect to the wrecks of the Inner Harbor, some of which are clearly in the dredging area? And I would also add that although this research has been done, it is possible that there are wrecks left from the time of French colonization of this area. So we really don't know what's there, and it would be tragic to lose this history because of this work. And we've talked a lot about contamination, but this is something that's in the water now that is completely different from sediment from the tannery or the smelters or anything else. I've heard repeated reference to how complicated and large the project is. We just heard it's 6 projects in one. I think this is why you've heard a couple of times tonight, and I know there are a lot of people who believe this, that we really do want an impact assessment under the Impact Assessment Act. And I've heard this dismissed, but what I haven't heard is how the factors of in Section 22 of the Impact Assessment Act have been assessed. How have these factors have been assessed to ensure that really this project can go ahead without more of a comprehensive look at all the factors? And I just note that the federal minister recently approved impact assessment with respect to the proposed Highway 413 because of the complexity of that project. So my question really is, how do the factors in Section 22 of the Impact Assessment Act apply? I also have heard again, no apology for the fact that the documents aren't available to us yet as members of the public, but more, there are a lot of them and they're complicated and there are thousands of pages and you really don't want them. Well, we do want them. They're public documents. We don't want to have to go through information and access requests to get them. I think we, as Jeremy Malloy said, we need a list of the documents and then we need access to the documents. And it really feels a bit awkward that isn't forthcoming. So this is all about trust, and there's not a high level of trust because of things like that. Another issue that's come up that I haven't really heard a good answer to tonight is coordination. You know, we know the tannery site is up for development. There's a development proposal before council and planning committee. We know that the city has issues with stormwater management out of the Orchard Street stormwater flow, as Mr. McClatchy spoke to earlier. How are these projects going to be working together? And I really think that's another reason that we need the full impact assessment approach that's allowed by the Impact Assessment Act, because there are too many players, and without getting everyone together on the same page, we won't really advance the cause of cleaning up the river. That brings me to something Mr. McClatchy said about contaminants from an urban road source or urban road use. I haven't heard anything about how the third crossing is going to affect contamination in the river. I know this was a huge issue when the third crossing was being proposed, that, you know, the cars go over, they splash their sediment, they splash what's on the road into the river. And there are two issues that I would like to hear more about from all of you, the experts, is when the causeway is removed, how is that flow going to change what's happening in the river? And how is the ongoing splash from the third crossing going to affect what's going into the river? I gather that's PAHs, which we are saying is a problem. And I think my final comment or question, or I have two actually, is how clean is the water as opposed to the sediment? Could someone please speak to that? And finally, I think we've had this, there's this lingering feeling that in 2014, RMC completed its study and said dredging would be accepted by the public, and that has driven Golder's work for the last 10 years, the assumption that dredging is the answer to everything. And you can see from the comments tonight, people are uncertain at best and truly worried about dredging at worst, and think maybe it's a bad idea, I guess.
30 seconds, please.
Thank you. I think there has to be some recognition that maybe Golder is too invested in one solution at this point. And it's no offense to the company. I'm sure they do good work, but they've been working on a premise for over 10 years. And perhaps that's another reason to go into a proper assessment process so that we get all the facts on the table and we're making the best decision for the river. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair, the next member to speak is Maven Armstrong.
Okay, and that will be the third or the fourth presenter since our last series of questions.
That was around 3.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. You can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Oh, perfect. Okay, my name is Maven Armstrong. I'm the former administrator for Turtles Kingston. I just want to make 3 comments. The first one I want to make, though, is in reference to comments that have been made about Turtles Kingston's involvement in this with statistics. It is not us. It was not Turtles Kingston. It's Friends of Kingston Inner Harbor, Mary Farrar. I mean, the work that she has done is incomparable. She's the one who really gave birth to all of this. I was with her then, but I certainly wasn't making the contributions that she was as Turtles Kingston. So any of the research work that has been done, that has been referenced already, was not Turtles Kingston. It was Friends of Kingston Inner Harbor. And that's with Kenny Ruland and Matt Keevil, who is a PhD, specializing, he's one of the top herpetologists, with the research that they did of turtles in the Inner Harbor area. So I thought out of respect that should be clarified. Now, the other thing in reference to dredging, it was from Matt. I asked him, I said, okay, Matt, if you had to make a recommendation, having the experience with the turtles in the Inner Harbor, as far as dredging, what is the approach that could be done that could respect their survivability? We have to remember that there's 5 species of turtles in the Kingston area. All 5 are classified as species at risk. I mean, turtles are on their way out. They really are. Their numbers are increasing all the time as far as habitat loss, road mortality being the top 2. They're not going to make it. We keep on throwing them curveballs. The third crossing was a curveball. It displaced all the turtles from that area further down into the Inner Harbor. So they won't survive this if we can continue with these kinds of interventions. And I keep on saying the same things over and over, that Kingston is in the middle of a provincially significant wetland. That has to be acknowledged at a level higher than what it is now, so that the revetment of the shorelines should first and foremost be done, not because of some two-dimensional waterfront plan, but from the perspective of ecology for a species, for example, that are on their way out. Now, a shoreline, the value of a shoreline for a turtle is far different than the value of the shoreline for me, who might use it occasionally to swim, to not swim, or whatever. That is their habitat. They don't have a choice. Turtles do not displace. That's why when you find a turtle, it has to be returned from the same area that it came from. Otherwise, you jeopardize its survivability. So in the dredging process, you don't just pick these guys up and evict them for 10 months or however long it's going to take to dredge. It would have to be done in extremely small sections using some kind of turbidity curtain so that they are displaced temporarily within a parameter of which they are familiar. Otherwise, again, you're jeopardizing their survivability. They need the shorelines to nest. And so all of those factors, I don't think have been respected in any of this. I don't think there's been enough emphasis on focusing on what that species needs for this project to go on. Climate change is another one. We've all observed that climate change has had a significant impact on water levels. Well, water levels have a significant impact on the initiatives that are being taken for this project. So it seems like the RMC information is a little outdated as compared to what's been happening on the world of late. So I think that as Vicky made reference to, the impact assessment absolutely has to be done. It has to be updated. So it's really important for all of this to be slowed down. And I appreciate the fact that you are in initial stages, but that there's aspects of it that don't give you the confidence that it's not already all sewn up. I hope that the flexibility that has been promised tonight will hold through for the execution of this project, so that when information does come in, that it will be considered and plans changed. Because otherwise it's just going to be another disaster. And, like the waterfront plan, there are aspects of it that aren't realistic.
30 seconds, please.
Yeah, I've tried to find information, more detailed information as to that. But for example, Abidjan, they want to make it into a fishing zone. It's a turtle habitat. Now, how do you have a fishing zone in a turtle habitat? So that's just one example of conflicts with that plan. So all of these things have to be taken into consideration, and I thank you very much for your time.
And let's go to the presenters to answer those questions, and then I'll ask if anybody who hasn't yet spoken would like to. So if you could address those questions, that would be great.
So maybe just starting at the top, there was a question about underwater archaeology, and as well as sort of another follow-up on the impact assessment process. So Val, if I could ask you to maybe address those two issues.
Sure, thanks, David, and thanks, Vicky, for the questions. So the map you showed is actually part of the research that one of our Parks Canada's underwater archaeologists took place, and was actually his research in the Inner Harbor. So we do have some really good continuity from an underwater archaeological perspective, and definitely benefit from his previous work. So we do have access to that data and map that was shown. But in support of that, we are also doing additional archaeological work as part of the baseline impact assessment studies. So a stage 1 under the provincial process, but equivalent to our federal process, was done for marine and terrestrial archaeology around the Inner Harbor. The terrestrial report showed that there was no further concerns in the immediate terrestrial zone around the inner harbor, but that the underwater archaeology needed additional work in above what was already done in the 90s that identified those wrecks. So we are moving forward with non-intrusive stage 2 work. So side scanning sonar, ground penetrating radar, those types of investigation tools to identify any further potential concerns in the inner harbor, as well as we're doing Indigenous consultation to understand the potential risks around the important resources around Bell Island and the inner harbor itself. So it's almost a two-prong approach, one from kind of the Western science perspective with radar and sonar to identify more potential risks, and then from an Indigenous perspective as well, from the history and the importance of sites that may be in the inner harbor. That will then dictate what kind of the next step is in terms of underwater archaeology, and if we need to do further work to delineate those wrecks. The purpose of that investigation ideally is to avoid all those wrecks. Parks Canada is the federal lead when it comes to archaeology, so we do benefit greatly from having that vast expertise that we can draw on for this project. And those certainly reports can be made available on the public website we're talking about as well. So that's from an archaeology perspective. From an impact assessment perspective and Section 22, perhaps the best thing to do is to share Parks Canada's policy and directive on impact assessment, which details what a detailed impact assessment covers, because it does cover most of those Section 22 factors, and we can certainly add to the process. The only thing the DIA process doesn't specifically dictate is the economic impact assessment that you find in a designated project. And there is certainly an ability to have that discussion if it should be included, but things like climate change, accidents or malfunctions, cumulative effects, I think I've heard from some of the comments. So cumulative effects speaks to all the other projects that are happening in the area and how those individual project impacts can add up to a more significant impact that might have not been a negative adverse impact in the individual assessment. So that is something important that we will look at the DIA. That ties to the Kingston Third Crossing. Parks Canada is a federal regulator on that project, had very detailed discussions with some of the groups here, with Environment Canada that holds a lot of turtle expertise in the coastal wetland and in the inner harbor itself. So all of that will feed into the cumulative effects assessment in the DIA to make sure that it doesn't add up to something significant from everything that's happening around the inner harbor. Alternatives is covered in their Indigenous knowledge, community knowledge. So most of these factors are in Parks Canada's process, and we can certainly share that policy document online so that the public can kind of take a look at how thorough that process is and how much it lines up with those Section 22 factors.
While you're speaking, I wonder if you could also maybe speak to the point about turtles as species at risk and our federal obligations for protection of species at risk.
Sure, thanks, David. So like David said, the federal government has a responsibility to species at risk, and they are protected under the Species at Risk Act. So because this is federal water law, that would be the federal act that applies to the Inner Harbor. Anything upland is provincial jurisdiction, so the Provincial Endangered Species Act would apply. So we're covered from both perspectives. We have a requirement under the Impact Assessment Act and under the Species at Risk Act to make sure all of those individual species are included in the impact assessment. And if there's any potential for adverse effects that would jeopardize that species' survival or recovery, that it has to be considered, mitigated for, and if as a last resort, we can't mitigate all impacts, then it has to be permitted, and that goes on the public registry. So Parks Canada is the federal authority responsible for that permitting in Parks Canada's water lots. Environment Canada is in Transport Canada's water lots, and DFO is for aquatic species at risk. So we do kind of have that experience and kind of the significant weight and responsibility for ensuring that those species at risk are protected and recover on federal land. So it is something that we definitely take seriously and have a requirement to include in all of our project planning. We also have a number of turtle wetland recovery enhancement projects to enhance turtle survivability in wetlands and in coastal wetlands that we can definitely draw from an experience perspective, so that gets fed into detailed design, and we're building on similar projects that have shown success when it comes to turtle recovery. I mean, there are certainly significant factors besides this project or the third crossing that have led to their decline, but there is certainly an opportunity to enhance the coastal wetland and those populations so that you know, we do what we can in terms of supporting their recovery.
Thank you. Are there any other?
Vera, were there maybe any points that you wanted to pick up on from that last batch of questions?
I have just a couple quick ones. There was a question about the relative importance of water quality versus sediment quality at the risk of oversimplifying the issue. It's correct to say that sediment quality is a much better indicator of ecosystem health in this particular project relative to water quality. The water quality screening has not indicated that there's any issues that would not already be well covered through sediment and tissue assessment. You have to read the reports to get more details, but for now, hopefully that's good enough. Regarding the question about whether Golder sort of began under the assumption that dredging was the preferred alternative, I can say definitively no, that we did not take the RMC evaluation and spin our results in a way to try to align with that. I felt like we had good exchanges with RMC. We agreed not on everything, but the things that matter most at the end of the day we're aligned on. And we've got no vested interest in proposing dredging of a specific magnitude. I've worked on many projects over a couple of decades, and sometimes I recommend dredging and other times I argue vociferously against it. What affects my decision is the data and the science and the framework. All I can say is that the reports provide a rationale. I'm happy to walk through specific decision points that might help better explain why we arrived at the decision we did. And there's a certain point where the balancing of values and the trade-off between habitat protection, even at the small scale over short time periods, will have to be balanced against longer-term contaminant risks. And I'm comfortable with whatever the decision is. As long as everybody's voice is heard and the process is followed, I'll be happy. And then there was one last thing. I'm sure there was one more. It's lost me. My apologies. I thought I had a third one, but I don't. Oh, sorry, here it is. Kind of an apology. If my tone was implying that don't you worry your pretty little head about the details, trust us consultants to give you the answer, that wasn't my intent. Disclosure and transparency in the process is important, and I agree. I was just acknowledging that it's daunting for reviewers. I'm not saying that I'm discouraging reviewers from accessing reports. In fact, if people have the energy and enthusiasm to look through the details, knock yourself out. Like, hats off to you for being that engaged and involved. And if you have specific questions about, you know, a statistical test or an interpretation of a result, I have no issues with giving you an explanation for how we processed the information.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any remaining hands up that haven't already had an opportunity to speak?
Mr. Chair, there are no further hands of members of the public who haven't spoken.
Okay, if we can give them one more chance. If you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak, please raise your hand. Otherwise, we'll be going back to the committee and councilors.
Mr. Chair, I will just remind them that if you do wish to raise your hand, just to hover your mouse over your screen and you'll see the raise hand function. But I don't see any further hands at this time.
Thank you very much. So I'll declare that portion of the public meeting complete, and we'll go back to committee. I just so I don't forget this one point, I appreciate that you have consulted with Tyendinaga and Alderville. Those are our go-to communities, but there's a huge number of First Nations and Métis people that live in Kingston that are very engaged as well. So nobody has done, the city or you haven't yet done full First Nations consultation if all we've done is communicated with the two communities, as rich as those communities are. Okay, I will go to the committee. Are there any further questions that have come to mind? Yes, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank everybody for your questions. Certainly learned as much from the questions as I did from the presentation. Now, it was mentioned that people could, I think, Gary, you said, please pass it on, like these questions are good, please pass them on. Can you just go over how people can connect with you and pass questions on?
Valerie, would you like to discuss that sort of process part of taking on questions and handling them? Or David, one or the other?
Yeah, so I think, and we have to, we're still in the process of rolling out the website. I mean, that will be a point of contact and a forum for questions. I think one thing that we need to do is just nail down what an interim measure is. And I know, Gary, in your development of the website, and I think it maybe in some of the deck, there is a sort of a project contact email. So I'm wondering if that's something that we can provide to the members of council and just make sure that, you know, they've got it available and they can pass it on to others. And we already have a sort of an initial stakeholder list based on the contacts we've had so far. And if we can just use that generic email contact as a way to collect those questions and then get back to people with answers.
See, Mr. McClatchy has his hand up, I think. He's well
Thank you,
used to how
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
he is. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to really quickly interject that to say that the staff report, the information report on the agenda tonight has information about the Kingston Inner Harbor project website and the the contact email.
Thank you very much. And the city communications group can also make sure that that gets posted.
And then adding to that, once the website is really up and running, will all reports and research be posted on there?
I mean, I think the message about people wanting access to that information was very clear and well received by us. I think someone had raised the idea of having a complete list, and I mean, we would definitely have that on the website. And I mean, we're just going to have to take a look at the logistics of hosting such a large number of documents on a website, and maybe we can do it and maybe we can't. But at any rate, like if they're not on the website, we would certainly provide documents on request and make sure that there's a list on the website so people are at least aware of what the whole universe of studies and reports are.
Great, thanks. That would be appreciated. And I think it was you, Valerie, you mentioned that the consulting process has taken place with this project for some reason earlier. I just wonder why. I think it's great, it's fantastic. Obviously, our community is very engaged because this project really matters to us. But what led to an earlier consulting process?
I might pass that to Vera since those comments came from her, or for David to answer in terms of the federal government's typical engagement process and where we're at compared to that.
I guess I would be, I'd say, or I'd begin to say that we decided to engage early because there were concerns around the design consultant being selected before engagement started. So we went back one step and began the engagement process a little earlier than I guess we had historically. And if David has anything else to add to that, I might ask him to say so now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would just add that I think we all recognize that this is a very complex project and one that has a tremendous amount of public engagement. And so I think we saw a lot of value in making sure that we were going out to the public early so that we could collect all that input and that it, you know, and that it could be considered before we get to detailed design and before we get to the environmental assessment, because I think it will really help frame how those processes unfold.
And just a quick reminder to my colleagues, remember that it was our invitation, rather insistent invitation, to the proponents to have a public meeting in the format of EITP.
That's true. So thanks for reminding me.
We're guilty as charged.
Well, it was very helpful tonight. I really appreciated everyone, including residents who asked such valuable questions tonight.
Thank you very much. Any further questions or comments from the committee? Yeah, I see Councillor Chappelle has his hand up. I'll go to him and then I'll ask the vice chair to take charge. Go ahead, Councillor Chappelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is really understanding the complexity and the significance of this particular project. How many of the speakers tonight in attendance participating in this forum have actually visited or walked the shoreline or been to the Kingston Inner Harbor?
It's Gary here. I can say that I have walked the entirety, well, maybe 80% plus of the shoreline. I've seen Molly Brant Point. I've seen the turtle sign. I've seen the shopping carts by the brownfield. Sean already mentioned that he's been to the site multiple times. Sean, how many times have you been out?
I think 4 or 5 over the past 10 years.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I was speaking with people who innately have experience, because often in planning committee meetings, we deal with consultants who are based out of Ottawa that have never been to Kingston. And so I'm very pleased that at least you've set foot on our path, you know, and on this traditional lands, of course, of our Indigenous partners. But have also spoken well tonight as to wanting to be engaged with this project. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And if you could take the chair, Deputy Councillor
The chair
Rosanna.
recognizes you. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think the one big lesson that I hope you have heard loud and clear is we are a very engaged community. I've lived in a lot of communities in Canada, and we are the most engaged community I've ever lived in. And so, so this is an opportunity to actually reach out, and you can get from the clerks all the community associations within Kingston, particularly those closest to the Inner Harbor, and reaching out proactively to those communities and reaching out to First Nations groups that aren't on a reservation but live in Kingston would be really, really helpful. And the clerks can help you with those contacts. And it sure beats at the end of this process, both you and us being accused of ignoring engaged groups within Kingston that really, really do care about the Inner Harbor. So that wasn't meant as a scold, just a suggestion. Thank you.
No, thanks for that. And I mean, it's been a very rich conversation tonight, and we've certainly taken the level of engagement away as very high. I think if we could get from the clerks any lists of the community stakeholder groups, that would be excellent, because, you know, when we launch the website or when we're releasing material, like, we really do want to build a fairly comprehensive stakeholder distribution list to make sure that the information is getting out there.
Yeah, that's great. And I'm also on public health, and I know that we're doing well so far in this crazy fourth wave. And so we have 80%, over 80% double vaccinated in Kingston. So there may indeed, with some social distancing and masking, be an opportunity for you to go back to your usual, more effective forms of engagement.
That would be great.
Great. So, seeing no other hands waving at me, I'll declare the public meeting closed now. And I just have to go back to my agenda here. We have no motions. We have no notices of motion. Is there any other business? And correspondence we've received and will continue to receive on addendums, or anybody who wishes to write to the city on this topic, this committee will receive that information. Date of our next meeting is Tuesday, October 12th at 6 p.m. So we're into our 5th hour, but I'll be happy to accept a motion to adjourn. Councillor Doherty and Councillor Osanek. All those in favor? Thank you very much, all of our visitors. It's been an interesting, long evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
So on.